You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. Welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. It is November the 3rd. We've only got 2 months to go, Rev Cindy, until the year is over.
Not even. I can't believe 2025 is about to come to an end.
Yeah, exactly. That's I was just thinking that when the intro was going on. November. Nice. 10 months done already. We got 2 months. And this year is over. And talking about things that are over, go Jays, go!
Yeah, it's over now. They fought literally to the bitter end last second. It went to Game 7, extra innings.
Yeah.
I mean, really, if you're a baseball fan at all, this was the epitome of an amazing World Series. Two teams, they were close in their abilities, and they fought and they fought and they fought, and it was so amazing to watch it. I watched it right up to the last second, and then I watched our beloved Vladdy Jr. He stayed in the bullpen and he cheered on the Dodgers getting.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Beautiful. So they might not have taken home the series, but they have taken home the hearts of every Canadian, and they did an amazing job, and we are so proud of them.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt that they're Canada's team. They are Canada's only Major League Baseball team. But there's no doubt Canada's team for sure. So
on the sarcastic side, though, the Maple Leafs won that night.
Did they? I wondered.
The Toronto team won.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that they were playing, and I thought, oh, that's not a good time to play. But it's the first time the Jays had ever played in the month of November.
Yes. Yeah, and for the first time ever, and I think I said this our last podcast, the MLB season started and ended in Canada.
There you go. Yeah. All righty. Talking about news and stuff, we should get on with our cannabis news and psychedelic stuff as well. So here we go. Our story of the day.
Yeah, coming to us from StratCan. Cannabis use among youth declines in Canada's post-legalization, but concern still remains.
A new study shows that 4 years into cannabis legalization in Canada, adolescents' cannabis use declined compared to the years leading up to legalization. However, the study also cautions that as the perception of risks associated with cannabis use changes with legalization, prevention efforts will need to evolve to address some continued and potentially problematic use patterns.
The study, recently published in the journal Addictive Behaviors, utilizes data from an ongoing prospective cohort study across 85 Canadian secondary schools in Ontario, Alberta, British Columbia, Quebec, and Prince Edward Island. Student-level data from the study is collected using an anonymous self-administered questionnaire. The study categorized students into 3 groups based on their likelihood of cannabis use. While overall use did show declines, rates of use fluctuated depending on the grouping of the students.
The lowest risk group exhibited a low likelihood of cannabis use at only 5.2%. This group consisted approximately a quarter of the study's participants and was characterized by students who prioritized maintaining good grades and having access to limited disposable income that's less than $20 a week. Now, the two other groups, though, were identified as being at a higher risk, with their likelihood of cannabis use exceeding the initial study average of 15% by more than 5 percentage points.
The highest risk group showed a significantly higher likelihood of cannabis use at 26.9%, making up a substantial 30.4% of the sample. So almost a third of them. These individuals were less concerned with academic performance and spent 45 minutes or more daily texting on their phones. Over a quarter of this group reported using cannabis. The second highest group, while a smaller group at 3.1% of the sample, still presented a high likelihood of cannabis use at 21.5%. Similar to the high-risk group, they did not place a strong emphasis on grades. However, they spent less than 45 minutes texting and did not complete any homework.
The research then identified 11 distinct risk profiles for current cannabis use among underage youth. The lowest risk represented 20% of the sample, with only 0.03 probability of current cannabis use. Conversely, 3 high-risk groups were identified, all with probable of current cannabis use more than 5% higher than the overall sample average of 12%.
The highest risk group, making up a significant 18.8% of the sample, had 27% probability of cannabis use. These students did not eat breakfast daily, placed a lower value on good grades, and had a GAD-7 anxiety score exceeding 6.5. A second high-risk group, smaller at 5.5% of the sample, showed an 18.5% probability. This group shared characteristics with the high-risk group. No daily breakfast, lower value on good grades, but GAD-7 scores under 6.5, and also spent 15 minutes or less on homework daily.
The third high-risk group, comprising of 3% of the sample, presented a 19% probability. These students ate breakfast daily, had over $20 in weekly spending money, placed a low value on good grades, and had CESD-10 depression scores above 10.5. Because cannabis use among some of these groups remain common, researchers argue that there is a serious need to identify the characteristics of youth who are at the greatest risk of cannabis misuse, and in turn to develop and deploy early prevention and intervention programs tailored to these needs in high-risk youth.
I have so many comments, and I'll just be quiet. The study provides evidence that in the first 4 years of cannabis legalization, adolescent cannabis use in Canada has declined. Researchers also highlight a significant change in the risk factor profile for cannabis use, increasingly impacting elevations in internalizing mental health conditions.
Yeah. Now, they talked about the higher risks, and they mentioned other outlying conditions, such as anxiety and the depression. Or those use, maybe those numbers are higher on those because those use are self-medicating.
And then the ones that don't have breakfast, all they're telling us is they don't have breakfast, so they don't have $20 disposable income per week. So why not help them have breakfast?
Yeah. I know some schools have breakfast programs.
Yeah, and like they're telling us all of this. But I mean, like, I'm like you, like everything that we're reading, like, and then they come in to say the depression score is this or the anxiety score is this, and like it's high. And well, then maybe they're sitting there on their phones because they have anxiety. Maybe they're being bullied. Maybe the depression is caused by stuff going on at home. But they want to put everything on cannabis, and that just bothers me. And I could go on for a long time about that. So you might want to tell me, Cindy, it's time for the next story.
Cindy, it's time for the next one. It's up. Here we go.
Thank you, Al. Coming to us from the Hemp Gazette, NSW medical cannabis driving defense in limbo.
That's right. Yeah, this is a update of a story we covered earlier. It says it hopes that medical cannabis patients in the Australian state of New South Wales could soon drive when unimpaired without risk of prosecution has been dampened. As in most Australian states, it is illegal to drive in New South Wales with any detectable level of intoxicating cannabinoid THC in a driver's system, even if unimpaired, as THC can be detected up to weeks after it was last consumed. This leaves many patients legally prescribed cannabis with even only trace levels of THC a difficult choice: forego their medicine or risk prosecution.
The 2024 New South Wales Drug Summit made a recommendation that a medical defense for people using legally prescribed cannabis who are driving and unimpaired be legislated as soon as possible. This is including an option for police at the roadside or a court to assess the defense, guidelines that are developed by relevant government agencies such as Transport, Health, Police, and Justice to support implementation, and a review after 12 months.
Now, the New South Wales government has finally responded to the Drug Summit's recommendations, supporting in principle more than 50 recommendations. A driving defense for medical cannabis patients wasn't among them. The NSW state government says while it acknowledges the benefits of cannabis medicines, further consideration is required given THC's role in car crashes.
THC, which is the same compound in both cannabis medicines and cannabis sourced elsewhere, can affect the skills needed for safe driving and increase car crash risk. This is based on available research as well as data in New South Wales shows 16% of fatal crashes involve THC. The proportion of these incidents involving a driver taking legally prescribed cannabis wasn't mentioned.
The Men's government says there are different approaches taken in other jurisdictions to the thorny issue, and time is needed to study those. It says here that to carefully consider the impacts of different models, the NSW government has established an expert work group to assess the evidence, analyze reform options, safeguards, and whole of government implementation considerations. The group is scheduled to provide recommendations by the end of 2025 for government consideration. So the can has been kicked down the road again, and when the NSW government will be finished considering any findings is anyone's guess. Yeah, that's what it looks like. They just don't want to, I've said this before. I've had patients call me and say that they've been scared about driving when cannabis was legalized. 5 nanograms, and they know that 5 nanograms doesn't help a patient very much.
No, I haven't seen much. I know that there were a number of arrests, at least here in Nova Scotia. I'm not sure about the rest of the country. There's 3 that I know of here of people driving, quote unquote, under the influence of cannabis. I don't think any of them have hit the courts yet. But I'm super excited for them to hit the courts because I think that'll force studies to be done here in Canada. And with my own personal experience and then people I talk to, and I've been in the cannabis industry for a long time, talked to a lot of people about this subject. And one thing that I can say is if I'm too high, I don't drive.
Yeah, I've refused
to drive. I don't want to drive.
Yeah, I've refused myself. And
yep.
You gotta drive home, Gil. Stuff like that. So
yep.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's because you're not. They call it intoxicating THC, but you're not intoxicated like you would with alcohol, where you don't even realize what you're doing.
No, and when you've had too much alcohol, and as a recovered alcoholic, 1 is too much, but you have 2 or 3 drinks at a bar, you shouldn't be driving home. But yeah, you'll go get in your car because you think you're just fine. And then, I remember being stupid drunk and thinking, I can do this. No, I couldn't. I'm really, really lucky I didn't hurt or kill anybody,
Yeah. All righty. Yep. On to the next story. Here we go.
I'm so excited about this one. Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, I get to read the title. Researchers start FDA-approved study on Jedi mindfuck psilocybin.
When I saw this headline, I went, "What? Oh, yeah, we couldn't say fuck." Okay,
And
here
it
we
is a
go.
real mushroom. It is a real strain of mushrooms, folks. I literally have Jedi mindfuck in my hand.
Okay, hang on. I'll remove the screen and then I'll blow. Yeah, there you go. So that's it. That's a fuck mushroom.
That's a fuck mushroom.
And from my understanding, it does that. It can do that to you.
Yeah, it's a very strong psilocybin mushroom. I've taken it once when this mushroom was gifted to me. I was told, careful, it's powerful. I've taken, I'm a big Golden Teachers fan, Blue Meanies fan, and then for like really deep dives, Penis Envy fans. And I was told that a Penis Envy is going to be, will make a Penis Envy look weaker than a Golden Teacher. And they were right. Like I took a half a gram of this and I was flying.
Like you said, fuck.
I was mind fucked. Oh yeah.
It's right in its name. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Okay, Arizona Scottsdale Research Institute is expecting to commence a novel psilocybin study this week. It will be the first in the United States examining the application of whole psilocybin mushrooms for treating post-traumatic stress among veterans and first responders. Now, on October the 28th, the Phoenix-based nonprofit Psychedelics Lab formally announced the beginning of the clinical trial. It will be held by Dr. Sue Sisley, a renowned magic mushroom and cannabis researcher who currently serves as the Institute's president and principal director.
However, Sisley informed the Phoenix New Times in late October that the study still needed a stamp of approval from the DEA. She said Scottsdale expects to receive it within the next few weeks. Post-approval, the investigation will begin assessing the impact of the Jedi mindfuck psilocybin strain cultivated by Scottsdale on a group of 24 police officers. Yes! Military service veterans and firefighters. Yes! They will be receiving 4.5 grams of dried mushrooms. Oh my goodness, I did a half of the psychedelic fungi while under medical supervision. At the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, MAPS, conference this year, Sisley jokingly said that the Scottsdale chose the variety of mushroom because she enjoyed writing it on government forms.
Oh. All right. Well, Sisley says that this landmark study made possible by the leadership at the AZ legislator, Governor Hobbs, and the state of Arizona Health Department reflects our mission to deliver real-world data that can guide policy and expand access to promising treatments for patients with post-traumatic stress. The United States Food and Drug Administration gave its assent to the clinical trial in late March. This distinction, combined with the fact that whole shrooms are being used, makes it a first of its kind undertaking.
Wow. In the news release from Scottsdale, State Senator Kevin Pine voiced his support for the research initiative. He said, Arizona is proud to lead the way with this pioneering study, which reflects our commitment to evidence-based, responsible exploration of new treatment options for patients in need.
The clinical research is being funded by a portion of a $5 million taxpayer sum that the Arizona legislature allocated to psilocybin studies in 2023 through passing House Bill 2486. This legislation established a Psilocybin Research Advisory Council under the Department of Health Services. Psilocybin remains an illegal Schedule I substance in Arizona, but the state has cautiously supported studies on the compound for therapeutic indications.
Mm-hmm. Scottsdale also studies the impact of LSD on terminally ill patients and has been authorized to complete trials involving MDMA for the treatment of post-traumatic stress injuries. Exciting.
Yeah.
They're going to give it to cops, Al.
Yeah. People that would be in traumatic situations, right? The
Yep, absolutely.
firefighters, the military people, the veterans.
Which I mean, it's they've been trying to help veterans for years. Like
Yeah.
like a lot of these medicines, a lot of veterans get up and stand and fight for, which we need that. Like they've been fighting for our countries and our freedom for a long time. So it only makes sense that they fight for our healing too. But police officers, of course, their entire life has been putting down these medicines as a drug.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm not gonna lie. I am beyond excited to see that they're like going to be dosing police officers with Jedi mind fuck. I just had to say it one more time.
Look at the amount. What was it? 4.5 grams?
4.5 grams. I want to be a trip setter for them. That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All righty. We got one more story to go before we go to break, and it's ready.
Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, Colombia approves use of medical cannabis flower.
In an ever-evolving global medical cannabis industry landscape in which new products are being developed and introduced into the market on an ongoing basis, raw cannabis flower remains the product of choice for many suffering patients. Allowing patients to access and consume cannabis flower is a vital component of an effective approach to medical cannabis. Consuming cannabis flower provides faster relief compared to many other consumption methods, and safe access to cannabis flower also allows patients to regulate their dosages more easily and prepare other forms of medical cannabis, such as tinctures and edibles.
Colombia is home to an emerging legal medical cannabis industry, and the South American nation recently announced a major change to its safe access approach to medical cannabis. Colombia will now allow cannabis flower to be used for medical and therapeutic purposes. The Colombian government issued a decree 1138 of 2025, a regulation that changes the rules on cannabis use in Colombia and authorizes for the first time the use of the plant's flower for medical purposes. From now on, pharmacies and drugstores will be able to sell the product to people with medical certifications. Oh, cool. This is reported by Blue Radio in its local reporting, and it's been translated from Spanish.
Yeah. The outlet also reported that the decree establishes that cannabis flower may be used to produce medicines, cream, or prescription preparations, provided that they have the approval of health authorities. It also allows small and medium-sized growers to participate in this legal market with simplified procedures and state support to strengthen their projects. The outlet also reported. Now, the Colombian lawmaker Juan Carlos Lozada described the announcement as good progress, but also added that there is still a need to allow national regulated adult use cannabis product sales in the Colombian market.
Yep, I'd go visit if they did. It is essential that the national government establish a presence in the territories that have historically cultivated cannabis. These communities need to understand the scope of the decree. For years, they have demanded to be included in the legal cannabis supply chain. This is how illegality is combated. This is the lawmaker who wrote on a social media post. On the one hand, we welcome the government's decision to take this measure, although it took a long time and the necessary regulations are still lacking, the lawmaker also stated. On the other hand, this does not replace the need to regulate adult use cannabis. There are two completely different contexts. This decree is solely for patients who have been requesting access to quality cannabis for years.
And he finishes off by saying, finally, we urgently call the national government to visit northern explain the scope of the decree to the growers, and implement a rural development program that will allow them to enter the legal cannabis production chain. Yeah, I read a lot of things there and heard you say a lot of things that we didn't even start with. Like when we started with our cannabis, or as far as the medical end of things, Patients were only allowed to smoke. We weren't allowed to make any tinctures or anything.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to do anything with it. I mean, Smith had to fight for that
Yeah.
for us.
Exactly. You had to go to court in order to be able to do that. So, all right, time for us to take a break. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We are live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Which one will I grab? You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back, and we've got 4 more stories to bring us. Some more Canadian stuff, as well as some new interesting news on some more mushroom-related news. So here we go.
Here we go.
There we go.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Majority of Canadians view cannabis industry as important to country's economy. Poll finds as cannabis use rates match nicotine.
The majority of Canadians say the cannabis sector that emerged since cannabis was legalized nationwide 7 years ago is an important contributor to the country's economy, according to a new poll that also shows that rates of cannabis and nicotine use are now virtually the same. As Canada grapples with volatile trade relationships with the U.S., the survey from Acabus Data, which was commissioned by the cannabis company Organogram Global, found that sentiment towards the cannabis economy skews positive.
You almost said economy wrong too, just because I did. I know you did. I heard it. Canadians seem to recognize the value of the cannabis industry to the country's overall financial health, with 59% describing the sector as an important contributor to the economy. That includes 69% of recent Liberal voters and 58% of recent Conservative voters. When the research firm and Organogram last asked Canadians that question in April, 57% agreed about the importance of the cannabis market relative to the national economy. So this represents a slight increase.
Respondents also voiced support for additional reforms to bolster the market, such as expanding regulatory input to include both health and agricultural agencies, being more proactive to combat illicit sales, lowering taxes, or offering tax incentives to cannabis companies to generate jobs, and creating the infrastructure to develop new cannabis product types.
Yeah, Canadians are ready for the legal cannabis sector to become a pillar of our economic growth strategy. Bina Goldberg, CEO of Organigram Global, said, there's a clear public mandate for government to modernize how cannabis is treated, not just as a regulated product, but as a key Canadian industry with room to innovate in areas like beverages, edibles, and wellness. The survey also asked respondents to select a preference between two opinions for the future of cannabis policy. One, update the rules to foster the industry's growth, even if that means cannabis becomes a larger part of Canada's economy. And two, maintain current restrictions on the sector, limiting its expansion. 59% of Canadians chose the first option.
Another 58% said they'd be excited or feel neutrally about the government taking steps to support the cannabis market by making it easier for the sector to grow and create jobs. There were also questions about individual use trends, with the research firm finding that 35% of Canadians have used cannabis in the last month, and 32% they consumed cannabis in the past 2 weeks. And we'll probably have more information on that coming up too.
Notably, the survey revealed the past 2-week use of cannabis is now approximately the same as past 2-week nicotine use, only 1% lower. That's consistent with other research that signaled more people are opting for cannabis over tobacco, and as the legalization movement evolves. Canadians are connecting the dots between economic resilience and smart domestic policy. This is coming from David Coletta, who's the CEO of Abacus Data. And he continues to say, at a time of growing global uncertainty and rising protectionism, Canadians are taking a pragmatic view that growing the legal cannabis sector is one of the ways to strengthen Canada's economy, create high-value jobs, and build greater industrial independence at home.
Yeah, the survey involved interviews with 2,000 Canadian adults from June 25th to July the 3rd, with a percentage point margin of error. They said, meanwhile, although implementation of Canada's cannabis program didn't come without its hitches, studies and surveys have indicated that it's been generally successful, achieving many of the goals advocates argued it would, such as giving Canadian adults a safer and regulated alternative to the illicit market without driving youth consumption as prohibitionists claimed it would.
According to a government report released last year, the vast majority of Canadian consumers now say they obtain cannabis legally, with only 3% of respondents reporting purchasing from illicit sources. Observers have also been watching how broader adult use legalization impacts medical cannabis in Canada, noting, for example, patient enrollment rates declining after legalization was enacted, but before retailers opened for business.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut it off there. It's just going over more reports and stuff, and keeping attention on the time. All righty, yeah, it's there's obviously it's helped Canada's economy. There's no doubt about that when you look at the numbers for the GDP. And
and it did decline on prescription rates for a while, although. I do find that people who are true patients are coming back and getting their scripts. We're finding that as more insurance companies realize this is better for their bottom line, they're helping with cannabis. There's I know Sun Life does, and there's at least another one here in Nova Scotia that have so much money allocated for other medical things, and cannabis, they're allowing it to be covered under there.
Yeah, that's good because they're paying for the cannabis, but the prescriptions that they're not having to pay for saves them money.
The prescriptions, illnesses, hospital stays, blah, blah. The insurance companies are realizing that they can pay out $1,000 a month for somebody for cannabis and never have to pay for anything else. And that's compared to, like, for me, I was over $5,000 a month in my prescriptions when I was on.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the same boat with I got biological drugs. They're
Yeah.
not cheap.
Oh, those are expensive.
Exactly. All right. Time to move on. Here we go.
Yeah. Coming to us from cannabis.net. Cannabis allergies. When weed makes you wheeze.
I know some people who say that they're allergic, and I went, what? And over time, I thought, okay. Okay, I need to tell you something that might disappoint some cannabis enthusiasts. Not everyone can use cannabis, not because of drug tests, not because of legal restrictions, and not because of moral objections, because their immune system treats cannabis like an invading pathogen and launches an allergic response that ranges from annoying to potentially life-threatening. Cannabis allergies are real, increasingly recognized by allergists, and more common than most people realize. A recent Canadian study found that 40% of adult cannabis users in a clinical setting reported symptoms compatible with cannabis allergy upon exposure. Let that sink in. Nearly half of the people exposed to cannabis may experience some form of allergic reaction.
Interesting.
Yeah.
This matters for several reasons. First, if you've tried cannabis and felt terrible, not high in a bad way, but generally physically ill, you might not just be sensitive to THC. You might actually be allergic. Second, as cannabis legalization expands and hemp-derived products proliferate, people who've never deliberately used cannabis are being exposed through secondhand smoke, hemp foods, CBD products, and occupational contact. Third, cannabis allergy can develop over time, meaning people who use cannabis without problems for years can suddenly develop reactions. Understanding cannabis allergies isn't about discouraging use or fear mongering. It's about recognizing that cannabis, like any biological substance, isn't universally tolerated. Just as some people are allergic to peanuts, shellfish, or latex, some people are allergic to cannabis. This doesn't make them weak or oversensitive or doing it wrong. This means their immune system has identified cannabis proteins as threats and responds accordingly.
The cannabis community needs to normalize this reality. Not everyone can participate, and that's okay. We don't shame people with peanut allergies for not eating peanut butter. We don't shame people without cannabis allergies for not using cannabis. More importantly, people experiencing adverse reactions need to understand that it's not just for me, might have a legitimate immunological basis rather than being a personal failure. The cannabis allergies work like other plant allergies. Cannabis and cannabis, the indica and the sativa contain allergenic proteins that the immune system can recognize as foreign invaders. Scientists have officially identified 4 cannabis allergens: CAN S3, CAN S2, CAN S5, CAN S4. CAN S3 is considered the most critical for allergic sensitization, and it's responsible for much of the cross reactivity cannabis allergic people experience with other foods and substances.
When someone with cannabis allergy is exposed to these proteins through smoking, vaping, ingesting edibles, or even touching the plant for some, their immune system produces antibodies called immunoglobulin E, IgE. These antibodies trigger the release of histamine and other inflammatory chemicals, producing the symptoms we recognize as allergic reactions. What makes cannabis allergy particularly interesting is cross-reactivity. The proteins in cannabis share structural similarities with proteins found in other plants, fruits, nuts, and even latex. Someone allergic to cannabis might also react to peaches, tomatoes, hazelnuts, or latex gloves, and vice versa. This is why people who suddenly develop reactions to certain foods after starting cannabis use might actually be experiencing cross-reactive allergies rather than separate, unrelated allergies.
The cross reactivity with hemp seed proteins is especially problematic as hemp foods become mainstream. Hemp seeds and hemp protein powder, hemp milk, hemp oil contain proteins that share characteristics with tree nuts. Someone sensitized to CAN S3 might experience their first severe systematic reaction, not from smoking cannabis, but from drinking hemp milk in their smoothies. Cannabis
Yeah, right.
allergies, cannabis allergies can develop through multiple exposure routes, inhalation of pollen or smoke, ingestion of cannabis containing foods or hemp products, or direct skin contact through growing, trimming, or handling the plant. Occupational exposure has become a significant concern as cannabis cultivation becomes a major industry, with workers developing work related asthma and rhitis with chronic exposure to aerolized plant proteins and resins.
Wow. Um, Perhaps most concerning is that cannabis allergy can trigger passive exposure reactions. Unlike most allergies that require direct contact, secondhand cannabis smoke can provoke allergic responses in sensitive individuals. Well, that's the same as any smoke, honestly. I don't care if it's cannabis smoke, cigarette smoke, smoke from, burning piece of wood. I have allergies to Nova Scotia trees, and when people burn hardwood, which is what I'm allergic to, um, and if the smoke gets in my face, I can't breathe. So that, makes complete sense. Being in the same room with someone smoking can trigger reactions ranging from hives to life-threatening anaphylaxis. Cannabis allergy symptoms span a broad spectrum. On the mild end, you might experience typical hay fever symptoms: itchy, watery eyes, runny or congested nose, sneezing, and nasal irritation. These symptoms often develop during or shortly after exposure to cannabis smoke or pollen.
Skin reactions are common. Direct contact with cannabis plants can cause allergic contact dermatitis, red, itchy, inflamed skin wherever the plant touched you. Some people develop hives after exposure through any root. The itching can be intense and widespread. Oral allergy syndrome is particularly troublesome for people eating cannabis edibles or hemp foods. This presents as itching or swelling of the lips, tongue, mouth, or throat shortly after ingestion. It's uncomfortable and alarming, though usually not dangerous unless swelling becomes severe.
Mm, I lost you. Oh, I see you.
Okay.
Respiratory symptoms can be more serious. Cannabis-induced asthma causing wheezing, chest tightness, shortness of breath, and coughing. For people with pre-existing asthma, cannabis exposure can trigger severe exacerbations requiring emergency treatment. Workers in cultivation facilities have reported clusters of work-related asthma requiring hospitalization. Gastrointestinal symptoms, nausea, vomiting, abdominal cramping, or diarrhea can occur following ingestion of some or sometimes even inhalation in sensitive individuals. These symptoms are often dismissed as too much THC when they might actually represent allergic reactions.
Oh, there's a nice word. Angioedema, swelling of deeper skin layers, particularly around the eyes, lips, and throat, is more concerning. When swelling affects the throat and airways, it can compromise breathing and requires immediate medical attention. The most severe reaction is anesthesia.
Anaphylaxis.
Yeah, there you go. A life-threatening symptomatic response involving multiple body symptoms simultaneously. Symptoms include difficulty breathing, rapid pulse, severe drop in blood pressure, dizziness, loss of consciousness, and potential death without emergency treatment. And while this from cannabis is rare, it's documented and absolutely not can happen. Anyone who's experienced it with cannabis should carry ibuprofen, auto
Epinephrine.
injection. There you go.
Yeah.
Auto injectors and avoid all cannabis exposure.
I only know those two big words because I have that. I have an allergy that results in anaphylaxis and have to carry an EpiPen. So
There you go.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's why understanding cannabis allergies is crucial. If you've tried cannabis and experienced consistently bad reactions, not psychological discomfort or anxiety, but physical symptoms like those described above, you might be allergic. This knowledge is empowering because it means you're not failing at cannabis use. Your body is responding appropriately to a substance it perceives as dangerous. Many people struggle with this. Cannabis culture often promotes the plant as universally beneficial, and people who don't respond well sometimes feel defeated or like they're doing it wrong. The reality is simpler and less personal. Your immune system doesn't like certain cannabis proteins. This isn't a character flaw, it's biology.
Recognition matters because continuing to use the substance you're allergic to can worsen sensitization. Repeated exposure to allergens often intensifies reactions over time. Someone whose first cannabis experience caused mild itchy eyes might develop severe asthma or anaphylaxis with continued use. Stopping exposure when you recognize allergic symptoms isn't admitting defeat, it's an intelligent self-preservation.
Mhm.
Cannabis allergies also matters for people who've never deliberately used cannabis. Secondhand smoke exposure, hemp food, CBD products, and occasional contact all represent potential allergen exposure. Someone who breaks out in hives every time their neighbor smokes cannabis isn't being oversensitive. They might have actual cannabis allergies triggering reactions through passive exposure.
Mm. The expansion of hemp foods creates particular challenges. Hemp seeds, protein powder, and oil are all marketed as health foods, appearing in smoothies, protein bars, and supplements. Somebody with unrecognized cannabis sensation might experience their first severe allergic reaction from a healthy hemp protein shake, never connecting the symptoms to cannabis because they've never used cannabis. The gold standard for diagnosing cannabis allergy is a skin prick testing with native leaf or flower material. An allergist places a small amount of cannabis extract on your skin, pricks the surface, and observes for reaction. Positive tests show a raised itchy well within 15 to 20 minutes. Unfortunately, this testing is generally available in the United States due to federal cannabis prohibition. I think it's supposed to say isn't generally available. Even in legal states, standardized cannabis allergen extracts for medical testing just don't exist.
Now, there is no reliable blood test or cannabis allergy currently available. While blood tests can detect IgE antibodies to many allergens, validated immunoassays for cannabis specific IgE don't exist in standard medical practice. This lack of testing leaves many cannabis allergic people undiagnosed and misdiagnosed. Without formal testing, diagnosis relies on careful history taking. Allergists look for patterns. Do symptoms occur consistently with cannabis exposure? Do they resolve when exposure stops? Is there a temporal relationship between cannabis use and symptom onset? Are there cross reactive food allergies that developed after cannabis, starting cannabis? And for
Mm,
people, yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
For
Now,
people wanting to test the reaction safely, and I emphasize safely because allergic reactions can be dangerous, here's a cautious approach. And I can tell you this in just a sentence. Start low, go slow.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Try a tiny amount topically, and if topically testing is negative, you want to proceed. Start with one small puff, but never
Yep.
test alone, and trust your body.
Yep.
Yep,
100%.
there you go. Yeah, I know somebody who's allergic to it. Is allergic to
Me
cannabis,
too.
and
Yeah.
when he first said it to me, I went, "What?" But yeah, from the age of 5 to 15 for 10 years, I received allergy medicines, injections in my arm once a week in the summer, once a month in the winter, and I was allergic to all kind of environmental situations, pollens and trees and grasses. So for somebody to be allergic to cannabis, it's just a plant, just like all these other plants that people can be
It's funny.
allergic to.
I discovered a few years ago that I'm allergic to Nova Scotia trees, particularly hardwoods, the ones that go to sleep and wake up every year.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and if any tree here in Nova Scotia dies, I'm allergic to it. And they emit a gas when they're going into and out of hibernation or when they die and they're decomposing. And it's not oxygen, it's not pollen, it's a different gas. And each region has it is different. Like that gas makeup is different because it all has to do with the rain and the soil and the acid rain. And so I can go to Ontario and I can go to like a campfire where people are burning hardwoods and I'm fine. If I go to a campfire here, I can't breathe. But it's the same when I'm growing cannabis because I'm growing cannabis in this soil and I'm growing cannabis with this water. So when I chop down my cannabis trees, I can't have them curing in my house. I have to dry them where I'm not around because wholly allergic to them. I walk in, my eyes swell shut. But it's the gas that they're emitting, which comes
Yeah.
from the oil, not from them, right? But I had an old landlord that was severely allergic. And he came to my place and he goes, Cindy, he goes, I have to let you know, I'm sure I'm allergic to cannabis. Can you smoke on the other side of your apartment so it doesn't waft out into the hallway?
Mm.
And that made a difference for him. And then I would not smoke if he had to come fix something so he wouldn't get hit with it.
Yeah. There's sometimes you have to make some accommodations for people, and
Absolutely.
we all, as the example showed in the story, peanuts, peanut butter, stuff like that, right? So.
Yep.
All right, we got 2 more stories to go, and we got 10 minutes, and they're both short stories, so let's get at her and get her done. Here we go.
Okay, here we go. Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. Catholic Church pays for abuse victims magic mushroom therapy.
I had to take a double take when I read that headline this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I went, what? Psilocybin-assisted therapy has proven to be a valuable tool in sexual abuse victims' quest for peace of mind. Although many report that taking magic mushrooms is beneficial for overcoming past demons, this particular case is exceptional. Last
year, a 63-year-old Pennsylvania man convinced the Roman Catholic Diocese of the Altoona Johnson to pay for him to undergo legal psychedelic assisted therapy in Oregon. Chuck Lovett was sexually abused by church priests when he was just 12 years old and had been struggling mentally because of it ever since. Now, he says, the weight he had been carrying for decades has been largely lifted.
It was beautiful, warm experience, he said in an interview with Portland-based media outlet Willamette Week on October the 22nd. It feels like the universe has had me in its hands. It wasn't easy for him to convince the church to pay for his unorthodox treatment, though. They were reluctant to do so initially, saying that he needed a referral from a licensed Pennsylvania therapist. Unlike Oregon, psilocybin is illegal in Pennsylvania, and obtaining such a recommendation wasn't possible.
Yeah, Lovett didn't give up, though. Good for you, Lovett. And continued pressing. He said he was going to receive psilocybin therapy anyways and go public with his story of abuse and funding refusal if the church didn't agree to foot the bill for his psychedelic ambitions. And he went public anyway. I love you, Lovett. Once he did that, the diocese agreed to give him the American $6,000, the US $6,000 for the psilocybin therapy within about half an hour, as highlighted by Willamette Week. In 2024, he spent the money on a 4-day trip to Oregon to receive the psychoactive fungi with facilitators in a therapeutic session.
The diocese victim assistant coordinator said it was a one-time exception made for Chuck, and that the church generally only supports traditional counseling therapies. Lovett was inspired to try psychedelic mushrooms after reading Michael Pollan's book, How to Change Your Mind, which was eventually made into a Netflix series. Yeah. He also discussed his experience with psilocybin on the Karma Cola podcast earlier this year.
Remarkable that the Catholic Church, once punishing psilocybin use with death, now funds psychedelic therapy, commented one psychedelics enthusiast. Oregon was the first American state that agreed to legalize psilocybin for therapeutic purposes 5 years ago. There are approximately 30 licensed magic mushroom treatment centers statewide, primarily concentrated in Portland. Well, sir, Mr. Chuck Lovett, I am really sorry for what you had to go through to get to this point. But let me tell you, you are making differences in other people's lives. So God bless you for your fight.
Yes. And for the, you got to love it that the church, it boundaries, demands, and sounds like all I had to do was threaten them with something and they agreed to pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you know,
We're gonna expose you.
he went public anyway, and I really hope that this has now set a precedent because there are a lot of people that have been hurt by a lot of churches all across
Oh, yeah.
America,
Yeah.
and I would love to see the churches step up and start paying for it.
Yeah, it would be. It'd be nice. All right, we got one more story to go. And here it is.
Here it is, coming from International Cannabis Business Conference. It's a survey. 35% of Canadian adults report cannabis use in the last 6 months.
Canada remains arguably the top cannabis public policy and industry experiment on the entire planet for researchers. The North American nation was the second to approve national adult use cannabis legalization measure when lawmakers approved the policy change in 2018, making Canada the first G nations to do so. The Canadian cannabis market continues to provide researchers with valuable insights about what happens when a country implements a nationwide legalization model involving regulated adult use cannabis sales.
Abacus Data and Organigram Global Incorporated recently conducted a survey of Canadian adults. We talked about this earlier, asking them, among other things, about the reported cannabis use and views regarding the economic value. Cannabis use is widespread across age groups, and the sector is broadly seen as a valuable contributor to the national economy. Most Canadians support the idea of modernizing regulations to help the industry grow, and critically, very few see any political downside to doing so.
Now, here are some of the key findings from the survey. 35% of Canadian adults report using cannabis in the last 6 months. 32% of Canadian adults report that they've used cannabis in the last 2 weeks. 25% of adults report consuming edibles. 16% report using dried flower. Go ahead, Cindy.
59% of survey participants indicated that the legal cannabis sector is an important contributor to cannabis in Canada's economy. 58% are excited or okay with Canada making it easier for the sector to grow and create jobs. 43% want tougher enforcement against the unregulated market, and 33% want lower business taxes for producers. A majority of Canadians, at 57%, say they're open to the federal government investigating in the growth of cannabis beverages, edibles, and wellness products, and only 28% would object.
3/4 would welcome breakthroughs in cannabis-based pain and anxiety treatments. The same number support a future in which legal cannabis generates $5 billion in tax revenue to help social services and reduce the cost of living, they also wrote. I guess the only problem here is in Canada is the fact that our stores are not medical stores.
Yeah, and you know, like
And
we do have some fights to fight, but the medical fight really is the big one. Like it is very much a medicine, and I understand that it doubles as recreational fun as well. But I mean, I think that certain products should be covered, if nothing else. Like they're you know, distinguish it somehow. I mean, like I don't know how, but you know, that's up to the lawmakers to figure out. I just think that they should stop ignoring us medical folks.
It's just that one line. 3/4 would welcome breakthroughs in cannabis-based pain and anxiety treatments. That's medical purposes. That all those 3/4 of the survey
All of them
want. Yeah. So, all righty. Anything else offhand? We've got all our stories done.
Well, I don't have it up to share, but please remember on November 17th, I will be speaking at the Halifax Library in the BMO room. We'll be starting about 6:30. It'll be about an hour long. We will be going live like we did last Thursday. And I would love to have you join me either live or virtually. It is my first talk that I am giving in the psychedelic sector, and I am nervous as all get out. But I would love to have you all there for support.
Yeah, you got 2 weeks. Obviously, it's on a Monday.
Yes.
So whether you want to do the show in the morning with me or not, I don't know. We'll wait till that time. But you might be getting prepared, final preparations for your talk. So
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, maybe we should put it up on the network.
Absolutely, I think that would be wonderful.
Yeah. We'll talk some more. All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Other than that, We are done with our report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as at ease.ca. And to you guys for tuning in, watching the program, or listening to it if you're catching the audio podcast afterwards. And as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hey guy, how you doing?
Holy laggy lag.
Oh, I was sitting there waiting for it to start up.
I could see you going, ooh.
I thought, geez, they're going to start up or what? So how you doing today?
I'm all right so far. I'm having a hard time waking up, but I'm looking for stuff. Here's one. You know what? While I'm thinking about it, one thing that we should mention,
what's that?
Off the bat, is tomorrow. There's a public hearing today in Vancouver.
Yes.
From 6 until 8 o'clock for Tim Smith and his
BC, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers.
Thank you. Too many letters to decipher into words. Tim has been around a long time doing this.
Ted.
They're trying to get rezoned finally in a building that they can't take away from him.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in that, I'm going to post a link here.
Put in the comments section.
In the comments section.
All right. Welcome to the viewer on YouTube. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button.
Or you know what? Or you can hit the dislike button. There's now a dislike button on Facebook comments. If you look at the comments.
Oh yeah, in the comments, yeah.
And that appeared last week. So, if you don't like us, feel free to hit the dislike button. Go ahead. Go ahead. If you think my office is just one big clutter, go ahead and hit the dislike button.
You said something about wanting to get something right off the bat discussed, and talking about bats. World Series.
Oh God, wasn't that a game?
Oh, again, Game 7, extra innings. What's that tell you?
Well, you know what? That has got to be the most exciting 3 weeks that I've had in years.
Yeah.
I haven't watched a World Series without my mom since she's been gone.
Mm-hmm.
It was something that we watched, and she was fanatical about it, and I've become fanatical about it. Will I jump into the normal season? You know what? Honestly, probably not. I mean, $33 a month just to watch sports. I'd rather watch movies. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah?
And I'll watch the games that are televised.
Like last night, I watched the Leaf game. But
I can start doing that now as well, because I've got until the 13th, I think, with my Sportsnet.
Sportsnet. Oh yeah. So you got another
Wait,
week.
one sec. I gotta say it. I do it all the time. Sportsnet. There you go. I had to say it. That commercial is.
There was so close. Like the out at home plate. If that ball hadn't gone underneath the padding.
If Springer hadn't screwed up on taking off from first base to second.
There's so many things that could have, should have, would have. In the end, it just happens, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's a game.
It's a game, correct. And look at what it did. Brought the country back, together over the Blue Jays. I know that myself, I hadn't watched a baseball game in years, even though we used to go to the Jays games all the time.
I watched that first one. I watched the first one in the AL series.
That was against the Yankees.
Well, yeah, MJ was watching. I'll just say, I was watching them with MJ.
Oh yeah.
And then her and Timmy went down to the game.
Yes, yeah.
And I was just like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do? So I got Sportsnet, and the rest.
So you can subscribe to that for a month, could you?
Yes, it's $29.99 a month. So with tax. And but here's what I don't like. There's no hockey, or there's lots of hockey. There's lots of baseball. There's even some NBA. I tried watching the NBA. I couldn't do it. The colors are too vibrant, and they don't look like Raptors, and I just can't get into it. The court is hard to look at on the TV.
Is it?
I
don't think I've ever watched a basketball game.
I've tried
highlights on the news, but I don't think I've ever actually watched a full game.
My dad used to take us to every year that the Globetrotters came. We went.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes, I wouldn't.
I mean, that was our every once a year on a Sunday.
Yeah,
we'd be at Maple Leaf Gardens watching the Globetrotters.
Yeah. We probably were in the building together at some point, but didn't know it.
Probably yes. But that was then. This is now. Yeah. Now you can't even go. I don't know. I know that they've got the one ice rink still at Maple Leaf Gardens, which is now a health and fitness facility for Ryerson.
Yeah, I believe the women's.
Is it U of T? I think it's U of T that owns the building.
Yeah, and I believe that the women's team plays there, professional.
The women's hockey team.
Yeah, I think they play there.
Is Maple Leaf Gardens as we know it still there?
The building is there, yeah.
I know, yes, I know, but I mean the rink. Is it a new rink, or is it the same old rink?
Oh, that the Leafs played in?
Yeah.
No.
I believe it's the old practice rink that they used. They refurbished the practice rink
Something along
upstairs.
that line. Now,
Yeah.
because I know that when you walk through the grocery store, there's a spot on the floor that says this used to be center ice.
Yes. Yes. I have not been since it was converted.
Oh, yeah?
No, and the last time I was there for a concert,
Yeah.
Triumph and Rush, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
What do you want, baby? Miss Rose? Hello? Why can't you be like Al's dog and not bug me during the show? Lay down, baby. Go on.
Okay. All right.
So,
but yeah, as far as the Blue Jays goes, it was a great game, win or loss. As far as the series goes, it was great. It was great for baseball, and another thing that it produced was the largest 50-50 draw going on. The Oshawa winner of the 50-50 draw won themselves $25 million.
and the phone call that they got to tell them that they won was from Joe Carter,
Correct.
former Blue Jays player.
Yeah, exactly. And
we used to have Joe, now we have Vladdy.
Yeah, and we could point to many things throughout the game. There was points. There was times there where I was hoping for another Joe Carter or a Springer, home run late at the game to
didn't
win
happen, did it?
No, well, it hit the wall or it hit the guy's glove as he hit the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. But nobody wins second place.
Well, you know what? They won the pennant, and that's a big fucking deal too.
Exactly. That's right. Yeah.
And if you're not proud of the Toronto Blue Jays being a baseball fan, being from Toronto, being from Canada, then you know what? You're not into baseball, and that's fine.
Yeah.
A lot of it's baseball and tennis are the two sports that I can watch happily.
Oh, tennis.
Yeah, I love tennis. I used to do the same thing. Yeah, exactly. But I grew up playing tennis in Toronto. We had my backyard went into Ramsden Park in Toronto where the tennis courts were. So we played a lot of tennis. Growing up, tennis and sailing. Those were my things growing up.
Sailing?
Yes, sir. I used to race sailboats when I was a youngin'.
You raised them?
I raced them.
You could take that, I guess, many ways.
Raced
raced. I thought you said raised them. I'm thinking, what?
No,
raising.
No, raced. I raced sailboats around Lake Ontario, around the island, but I learned how to sail and race at Camp Wabicon, which is on Lake Temagami out near North Bay, which is someplace I always wanted to move to. I guess I settled for Terrace Bay, a little more north.
Actually, a lady who I met, she actually was here. She had stopped by here. She was within the cannabis community, and she lived in the Camelford area. Gwen is her name, and she stopped by here, and she was headed to Terrace Bay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she works within the cannabis community. She goes to the different stores and talks to the stores, trying to sell their products to the retail places. And she was stopping at the store in Terrace Bay.
At the legal store.
Correct. Yeah.
Seeing
in the legal market. Yeah, she
Gone to
does
see
she does marketing and stuff like that. She works with Lisa.
She'll be speaking with Tyler probably, or Chris.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Oh, hang on here. I think I've got a question for you. Being that we've been in here for 15 minutes.
What are you smoking?
Speaking of the legal store, I am smoking. I got the big bag because I like the 2 strains that are in it.
Mm-hmm.
And although I've been mixing it, just flat out mixing it, I take equal amounts of each and grind them up, and I got a can full.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've also got well, we had an incident yesterday.
Oh,
a 42-kilometer-an-hour incident.
Uh-oh, greenhouse.
Ooh. Yeah, a window popped out.
Again, another one.
One that hadn't popped out yet. All the ones that are just taped in, just kind of hanging there, are still there.
No, is your glass held in by these little wire clips?
No, it's not glass. It's like a carbon thing.
Oh, okay.
Clear though, of course.
Yeah.
And they slide in like a panel.
Oh.
Right. There's grooves. It's very easy to replace.
Right.
The ceiling panels, and those are the ones that go, which I'll be doing in the spring. I'm going to put the corrugated windows, the clear windows that you would put on a porch or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to just fasten it right to it, and then I'll close in the little gaps where there's, because I think that'll be too much air going through there. But anyways, so I woke up and we got pummeled wind-wise for 2 days, yesterday and the day before. And you know what, Al? We're going down into the minuses by the end of the week.
Yes.
So I went in there with my snippers and I just did the deed. They were almost ready, although they were still not quite amber. They were just shrinking to that amber stage of the hairs. I just went in and I just did it. I just chopped them down. So I've got them hanging in the other room there, and they'll go downstairs and get snipped into and put on my drying racks. And
right
now I cut 2 down a couple of weeks ago, actually, because they were ready.
Mm-hmm.
And I never took them downstairs. I just left them hanging in the bedroom next door, in the guest room. So the guest room smells like skunk.
Is that the room that you rent out as your B&B room?
Yes. Nobody's there. I might as well use it. I thought about putting a tent in there as well. But anyways, so they hung for 2 weeks, and then I went in to check them, just because I didn't have everything set up downstairs, and what's wrong with hanging them? They were dry, like smokable dry.
Yeah, in 2 weeks, yeah.
Sticky fuck. Sticky, icky.
Sticky, eh?
And so I've been sampling. I took one of the tops off yesterday. It was a nice buzz. They're not been cured yet, but they've been hanging there like they've been hanging for like centuries. So, yeah. So that's what I'm doing this week. Although, very disappointed. Not even an ounce, I would think.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's really disappointing. I know a friend of mine was over on the weekend, and they had a disappointing harvest too. They said they only got like 3 ounces.
It's the weather. It's the timing. The first year I was here, you saw them. They were fucking huge. I brought them up. I got them all at in Alderville before I left. They were sitting in my apartment window for over a month, just growing.
Just growing.
And when I got here, I put them out in the big pots, and they just took off, and then they started stalling because it's 8 degrees right now. Okay.
Yeah, it was warm up there this morning, warmer than I expected.
It'll be warmer this afternoon because the sun's out. But my point is this is an experiment, and eventually I'll get it, and I'll get into a routine, and then I won't have to worry so much.
Yeah. I remember when I first started growing. Yeah, it takes time to build up.
This is like at the farm. This is my first indoor grow, right? That I'm going to be going into. Right now, I've got no plants growing at all, so I can say I have a grow room. But
so what, as far as you're going to be smoking that, so what was that that you had growing in your house?
I brought up clones with me from the reservation when I was down in the city, as you know. I had 2 something octane, purple octane, no, pineapple, no, I don't know. I don't even know what the strains are.
You didn't label them?
I did, and I took the labels off and I stuck them around the stem, so they're on there. Each one has a label.
So they are labeled then, so you know.
But the problem was the tops didn't get labeled. My helper was a little stoned and forgot to label them as we were transplanting.
Oh.
So some of the tops didn't get labeled. So I'll tell you the ones that I know. There's a skunk number 1 that I started before I even left to go down to the city. And it's still only a foot tall. I know it's weird, eh?
What?
Well, since they've been going crazy since they've been downstairs, right?
Only a foot tall. It's been months.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's the skunk number 1, which is the sativa.
Yep.
Which should be feet tall, not a foot.
Well, I am right now. I am learning because I took some tops, right, and I'm learning how to make them bushy. Right.
Oh, okay, so you've been cutting tops off of them.
I haven't cut them down any more than I did originally. My thing right now is to let them grow. The one thing that I like about going inside is I can control the scenario.
You are Mother Nature. When you're an indoor grower, you are Mother Nature.
So
you have to make sure the water's there, that there's wind there.
Right.
There's food
I've got
available.
a fan down there. I've got, I mean, they're not a foot. They're 2 feet.
Hey, Shadow, welcome aboard.
So, yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to control the environment and get some more girth out of it, as opposed to just putting them in the greenhouse and letting them go. Yeah. I'm thinking that auto pots will stay inside, and I'll just I've got some nice big 20 and 25 gallon pots for outside. I'll stick my 4 in the greenhouse and just let them go. I'm not going to use the auto pots out there anymore. I don't think it's the right environment for them. Okay. Because I ended up feeding.
Switch over to pots.
Well, I ended up top feeding anyways.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens inside this winter. I've got the whole winter of being trapped in the house. I put the vent in for the blower.
Yeah.
This week. One of the kids come over and help me. And so I got to put the pipe, I could put the pipe in. Put a board in the window,
Yeah.
And so we'll see where it goes. I'm looking forward, like I said, to seeing what indoor growing is about.
Well, Yeah, I found that it's an everyday thing. I
I go
wouldn't.
down every other day.
I always went down every day. If you give them love, they will love you back. If you ignore them, you know.
Oh, believe me, there's no ignoring.
They can be like pets and children. They need attention every day.
What I've been doing, because they were very small,
Yeah.
I go downstairs one day and then I go out to the greenhouse the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not overdoing it, because I will overdo it.
Yeah, well, you don't want to water them every day. I always, if
That's
they
why
need watering,
I water every other day,
mm-hmm.
but I'm doing it every day because, well, I'm not now, but they were in the greenhouse.
Right.
So I would water in the greenhouse and then I would water the little guys.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But now I'm just taking care of what's downstairs, and I'm going to clip up what I've got, and it'll last me the month, and it is what it is. In another couple of months, I'll have some more.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully more.
Huh? Yeah.
Hopefully more.
Well, what you'll find indoors too is that if you harvest every 3 months, you'll have fresh tasting cannabis every 3 months. Unlike when you grow outside,
it's every 6 months.
Every year.
I think, and then once spring comes, then by the time I put them outside in April, May, depending on how the weather is, they'll be much bigger than normal, because
you'll veg them out inside to bring them out.
Yeah, I'm getting good at vegging.
Yeah, that's what I do too. Veg them up before you take them out. That way that they've got some growth and a head start on things.
Yeah. So when would you start something like that? Like
as far as
March?
the plant wise? Yeah.
March, Christmas?
No, I wouldn't go Christmas. Late February, March, April, May. So you got 3 months of vegging. If you got room for it.
I have room for it.
Yeah.
I have a nice sized room that's been split into two.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not in a hallway like somebody else I know. My bathroom's in a hallway though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, what else? I've got my garden down, but I just haven't had it's drying. It's in its cure.
So it's just hanging?
No, I've got it all down.
You got it all trimmed?
Yeah, it's all trimmed up and down. And
some people just hang them. I mean, I know Mama Hawk used to cut them down and hang them, and then we would trim them as we went.
Yeah,
I did a lot of trimming with her.
Did you?
Yeah, that's why I referenced that. She is the one that I did most trimming with. Hours and days.
I hung them and slowly went at things, and
well, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, from hanging, then I ended up put them in a dry rack, like what you mentioned. You got a dry rack, and then from there, I used to jar things, but now I use grow bags and I put things in bags. Right?
So you mentioned that you trim everything before you cut it down.
I don't trim. I greatly reduce it before.
Okay, so what do you do?
Let's say it's a trim, but it's basically what I'm doing is knocking off all the big stuff. And
so, do you keep that?
The stuff that I'm doing that while I'm outside.
Yeah, I thought so. So it's just going on the grass.
Correct. It's putting it right back.
Well, you don't. My point is, you don't save your clippings, do you?
Oh no! I save my sugar trim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so when you're actually manicuring the bud, you'll keep all that. Yeah, that's usually what I do. I have gotten really good at pulling the leaves off and just kind of leaving them naked. Because I watch it happen. Oh, there's some yellow ones, doop, 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 you know, that kind of thing. So I've noticed that they don't look all that pretty and ooh, look at that. But when you take all the leaves off, it gives the bud air to grow, and the resources are there.
Yeah.
They're
Some
not being
people like to
focused on the buds.
strip every leaf off. I look at it as those leaves are solar panels for the plant.
Yes.
Yeah, anything that's dying, and then as they get closer to the harvest, I start removing even more
I
leaves.
take off I've been taking off the fan leaves.
Yeah, and
The
then
big one.
I basically give them a close shave down to the bud beforehand, and then once they've been hanging, then I start trimming them with the fine
I know
trim.
a few people who just hang them and clip them when they want them. and then
In the past I've had to trim some plants that somebody didn't pre-trim, and all those big fan release, they droop down and they got stuck on
that's
the
why
buds,
that's
and
another
that
reason
was
why I
just a
take the
mess.
fan leaves off, because I hate de-leafing. I hate it. I don't like trimming at all.
No, I
No.
used to love it, sitting there for 12 hours a day.
Like I said, I used to go over to Mama Hawk's and help her at the farm there, and because she was just down the road from me,
Right.
But we're talking days, sometimes weeks.
Oh yeah, well, I was doing the same thing for Mama Hawk's friend at this end of the country, or the province, I should say. And yeah, we had token Tuesdays. We go in, help trim every Tuesday. Like, they were a medical patient, and they had an indoor garden.
We'd go over and trim all afternoon, and then get stoned and go swimming.
Yeah. And then I had a friend that had a farmer friend that when they were out bringing in their corn, they would come across plants that were in the out in the middle of the field. So
in between the rows, yep,
in between the rows, right?
Yep.
So instead of running them over or whatever, the farmer just said, "Hey, come and get them." So we helped that friend with those. Don't know whose plants they were. Nobody knew. They were just in the middle of the field, cornfield.
Every year I would get a phone call around October. Hey Al, what you doing?
I need your scissors. Yeah, I had some friends over that gave me a hand. That helped out for sure. So, all right. Now, as far as the smoking end, I guess we've talked a bit about that. I do have one little piece of news though, which is nothing to do with what are you smoking, but I had a tick. I had a friggin' tick.
Yeah. TMI.
I saw your post. I thought, TMI. What's he talking about? What did I put in there?
I don't do well with visuals.
Oh yeah. It's but yeah, I got my medication. They gave me some antibiotics, and
you know,
bullseye, no nothing like that. Everything's good. So
you know what works really well? A little bit of cannabis and a virgin olive oil mix right on it.
On the wound or on the
wound. Once you get it out.
Yeah.
Because I noticed when I burned my tummy there a few years ago that it's all healed up and there's no scarring really. There's a little discoloration, but it worked really well. And I've seen people put actual like RSO on warts. And the warts just start like disintegrating almost instantly.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I've never tried that.
I had here's another one. How do I say this without outing somebody? I had a friend who has still herpes, like full blown herpes. Okay.
Okay.
Like I don't want to touch that person herpes. Okay. And he was having some issues down below,
Mhm.
So I gave him a mixture that I got of some coconut oil and full extract, and said, go rub that out on you. And it cleared up 2 days.
Wow.
Yeah. Just from a cannabis mixture of coconut oil and cannabis.
Yes. Wow.
Cleared
Yeah,
up in 2 days. Yep.
Just never know what it's going to do you?
You seen
All
that
right.
commercial for the spray paint? Did you
I
see
don't
it?
know.
No.
No, probably
So
not.
it's a new Tremclad spray nozzle thing that's, the bigger can. And it's basically that's what the commercial is.
Oh,
Two people going. You got one person with a regular can and another person with this new can. So you got, and then you've got.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, let's stop boring these people.
Okay, let's move on. We're gonna get into some recipes, and I haven't got anything to do with peanut butter today, just so you know.
You know what? We need to start getting some video recipes.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I can make a teddy bear cook a cake or something.
I could give you the recipes ahead of time. You could create something AI generated for it.
Yeah, I could do that.
All right. So for today, what do we got today? We have got a CBD chocolate pot de cream.
Ooh, sounds like a cream of pot. I mean, a cream of chocolate.
Let's see. There we go. I got it up on the screen. You got, let's see, 125 grams of dark chocolate, 145 grams of 35% cream, 145 grams of whole milk, 56 grams of egg yolks. I don't know if you weigh out your egg yolks or not, but I don't. 10 grams of organic cane sugar, a gram of kosher salt, and 8 milliliters of soy-free oil.
What's the difference between kosher salt and regular salt? Table salt.
I have no clue.
Kosher salt is sea salt, I believe.
Okay.
And it's been blessed.
They say garnish your fresh Chantilly cream, shaved chocolate, mint, and CBD sugar leaf kept in the ice water to keep fresh if desired. Ice water, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know. Never heard of that.
It says bring the milk and cream to a small simmer in a pot over medium-low heat. Keep a close eye because you don't want it to boil over. While the cream mixture is coming up in a simmer, whisk the egg, yolks, sugar, and salt together in a large bowl. And while whisking the yolk, salt, sugar mixture, very slowly begin to pour in half of the infused cream. Is this getting confusing already? Continuously keep whisking to be sure.
I wake up confused.
Yeah. You don't want to curdle the eggs. Oh, this is called tempering to even out the temperatures of our custard. Now, away from the stove, pour the tempered egg mixture back into the pot with the remaining cream infusing and whisk well to combine. Place the pot back on the stove over low heat and continuously stir it to ensure even heating of the mixture. And the only goal here is to not overheat the mixture and begin to scramble your eggs. So you got to pay close attention because we're looking to bring this mixture to 85 degrees Celsius. And if you have an instant read thermometer, that's one way to check it. Alternatively, we are looking for this mixture to thicken ever so slightly so that a clean line is left behind you when you run your finer through the custard. What's the finer? On the back of a wooden spoon. This only takes 2 minutes.
Ooh.
Yeah. We're almost done there. We're getting there. As soon as your desired temperature's consistency is reached, remove the pot from the heat and incorporate the chocolate mixture with CBD oil, whisking well to combine and melt the chocolate, creating a smooth emulsion. Pay close attention to get the bottom and the corners of the pot. An additional step at this point is to Aerate the mixture with a immersion blender. They say it will incorporate air and tighten up the mixture while ensuring it's completely homogeneous. Okay, pour the entire mixture evenly across the 4 mason jars that were provided, transferring the mixture to a cup with a spout, and a good idea to ensure a clean pour. And wipe the edges with a damp paper towel if you spilled any. So don't spill any, okay?
Don't spill any; it'll make a
Don't
mess.
spill. I can hear panicking outside. They say to label it well and ideally 30 minutes prior to serving. Pull the pot to cream from the refrigerator to allow the chocolate to temper slightly. And as the pots temper, make a gently cream as directed. And here's the cream. What is it? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm boring you. You're young.
No.
And there's the cream right there. They said it makes 4 portions. So they mentioned CBD. I would imagine that you could substitute that, put some THC strains in there instead.
You could use, you can use whatever strain that you want to use.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I got one more. This one's not as long.
All right, will you do that? I'll be right back. I forgot my phone.
Okay, well, this one's a strawberry pâté de fruit.
Ooh, French.
Yeah, this is coming to me. These are coming to me by from the Bite Me podcast. Yeah, and this one is ingredients is 456 grams of sugar, 50 grams of corn syrup, 6 grams of citric acid, and let me just share the screen with you so you guys can all see this. There we go. 500 grams of strawberry puree, and 1 tablespoon infused coconut oil. Just so you know, the citric acid, you can use that as the pH down in your water mixture, okay, when you're feeding your plants. So you know, and you can use it in organic gardens as well. Now the instructions that say to prepare your molds, line them up on the baking sheet, spray if needed, then dust with your sugar or.
Wait a minute, a moldy baking sheet?
No, prepare your molds. MOLD. Now they say using a digital scale, weigh out the sugar. Add to the medium saucepan. They say weigh out puree, and then the glucose sugar, citric acid, and add to the saucepan. Weigh out the pectin and remaining 75 grams of sugar. Whisk together and set aside. Add the cannabis oil to the pan. Then, when adding cannabis oil to the pan, be sure to scrape out every bit of your oil. If any residue is left behind, it can reduce the desired potency, they say. Now bring the sugar, syrup, acid, puree, and cannabis oil to a boil, whisking constantly. Once the mixture comes to a boil, you can start whisking in the pectin, the sugar mix. Start by adding a small amount and whisk vigorously until all is incorporated and there are no clumps.
No clumps.
No clumps. Keep adding and whisking until all the pectin is added. Keep cooking and stirring until liquid is super thick and bubbly and pulls away from the bottom of the pan when tilted. If you are noticing big enough bubbles or not sure if you have enough pectin, sprinkle it in a bit more and keep cooking. That's sort of like, yeah, it looks good, looks bad. Not sure. So hey, let's just throw another dash in there.
Do you use pectin when you're making stuff, Al?
No, I don't.
I don't either.
No. Apple thickens much faster than other purees, but you may sometimes have to work or may have to sight and whisk up to 30 minutes. Boy, you'd have a sore arm by then, wouldn't you?
I have a cousin Perry.
Yeah. Now, when desired thickness is achieved, remove from the heat and stir in the flavoring and coloring if desired. And put your sugar gloves on. You got your gloves? And using a plastic measuring pitcher or tall glass.
You wear gloves when you make cookies, Al?
No, I don't.
Yeah, me either.
Pour the gummy mixture into the piping bag and tie in a rubber band around the end to keep the hot liquid from pouring out.
Oh,
Pipe
wow.
the mixture into each mold. Sprinkle with sugar mixture and repeat with all molds and let it cure for 24 hours. Then you're ready to go. So there you go.
Do you buy
There.
rubber bands still?
Rubber bands,
Yeah.
like elastics?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
No, I get them off mail.
Do you? Hey, buddy Weeds, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I bought rubber bands. I think I bought them once.
When Grandin Toy was around,
Yeah.
you could go in and buy things like that. Now you have to
Oh.
go to the dollar store.
Oh. Okay. I'm just gonna put that strawberry recipe in the chat. There we go. And I've already closed off the other one, so I can't add that one into it. So alrighty, there you go.
Do you know?
No, I don't know.
I'm I keep grabbing the wrong mouse. I'm just looking here because apparently we've got, I'm looking where all the chat stuff is, because now you can change the look of the chat that we are in our window here. And I'm just trying to figure out, oh, no, don't want to do that. Oh.
Doing great. It's been a beautiful harvest season. Yes, it has been, buddy Weeds.
For you guys, maybe.
Yeah. Al was saying earlier, if you missed it, buddy, he
your
your
age has stopped streaming, Al.
Has it?
Yeah. Here, let me see if I can get it.
4, 5, 6, 7. I can see all of them up there.
I can see it's got a red mark beside it.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Okay, I'll just remove it.
Oh, look!
Wow.
I found it.
Way to go. Good stuff. Oh, you're enlarging it. So it can be read.
Yeah, you got regular, tall, and wide. This is wide and tall.
Yeah.
And regular. And
the regular doesn't go across, doesn't block half of you. And
well, but it's you see how low it is?
Yeah, I know, but it takes out the website.
Yeah. So I'm going to use regular and big letters.
Yes.
Big
that's
font.
what I would do.
See, there's small fonts. Can't read that.
No.
There you go. Just trying to make it easier for you guys to read.
Yes. Does that help? Just let us know, guys. If that helps your larger print.
And then, of course, we can do things like this as well still.
That's right. Bountiful.
Neato.
All righty.
Next.
Okay, from recipes, we are actually, I do have something. Now in our pre-show, I agree. I didn't have anything to mention, but I do have something that's I never thought about talking about, and this is my dube tube. I have different colors. They are called Tight Pack.
Are they stinky proof?
Oh, what do you think?
I have a whole bunch of them, but they're not stinky proof.
These are stinky proof. I have handed these to people many times and said to them, "Hey, smell this," and they haven't been able to smell it. And then I said, "Okay," and I've opened it up, and they say, "Wow, holy smokes!" And I said, "Yeah, these things work." Now I got these from Kelly at KDK Distributing back in the day. I'm assuming they must be still.
I remember them. God,
Yeah.
that was a long time ago.
Yeah, you can hear it just popping away.
I
got yellow, white, green,
Do you remember the probably the second TY?
Mm-hmm.
They gave out when you got there. They gave back then there was all kinds of samples and shit that you would get. And one of the thing was I don't know if you can see it hanging on my wall right there. Right there, that little square there.
I see the little square.
That's a waterproof case with a lanyard. So that if you were like when you go out boating, right, that'd be perfect for you because if you dunked yourself, you wouldn't ruin your stash.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about these too, is that they're waterproof. Water won't get into them.
We don't get stuff like that anymore when we go to shows.
I was digging through some stuff and I found this.
Is that a pipe?
That's a pipe.
Oh, cool. You've been unpacking boxes, haven't you, Al?
Yeah. I forgot I even had any of that stuff.
Every time I open a box downstairs, I find another box inside it full of paraphernalia. Oh, that's a big one.
It's got a shell on the end of it. Yeah.
That's the bowl.
That's the bowl.
Oh, nice. You've never used it, though.
No. No. Wow.
Nice.
Oh, what's this guy? Oh. I won't bring that one up. I'll talk to you about that one after. That's an X-rated one. Yeah, that's old stuff. Wow, holy smokes. So, yeah, as far as products, if you can find these, I highly recommend them.
You know, the what's that grinder? What's that grinder called? I can't remember what it's called.
The I think I know which one you're talking about. And right now it's just gone blank on me.
Oh, it's not there at all. But anyways, they seal up pretty good as well.
Yeah, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got storage and a grinder in it. Oh God. I had 25 of them.
Johnny Profello.
Yeah, John. The Johns, yeah. This is the one that John does. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just it's just slipping me the name of
I can see the grinder in my right there.
Oh yeah, I had a bunch of them.
Mary Jane has every one of them.
Does she?
All the different colors. Yeah, she's got a whole big box full of them.
Yeah, I'm just looking here to see if I got one handy.
I don't have drawers on my desk.
Do you?
No.
Well, this desk does. Alrighty. From product review, it's time for us to go.
So, I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
Well, I have a few things to tell you. I have 3 of them, actually, to tell you the truth.
That's too many.
That's too many. Well, here's the one headline. Catholic Church pays for abuse victims magic mushrooms therapy.
I saw that. Yep.
Yeah, I went, what? But yeah, they are paying for this guy. They sent him $6,000 or something. 63-year-old man from Pennsylvania. He convinced the Roman Catholic diocese to pay for him to undergo legal psychedelic assisted therapy in Oregon. And he was sexually abused by the church priest when he was 12 years old and had been struggling mentally because of it ever since. Now he says the weight he has been carrying for decades has been largely lifted. but it wasn't easy for them to convince the church to do this. He kept going at it and continued, kept pressing. He said he was going to receive the psilocybin therapy anyways and go public with his story of abuse and funding refusal if the church didn't agree to pay the bill for his therapy. And they ended up giving him $6,000 and within half an hour of saying that.
Wow.
Yeah. So he got his therapy, and he has discussed the experience with psilocybin, and that he says it's remarkable that the Catholic Church, once punishing psilocybin use with death, now funds psychedelic therapy, according to one of the psychedelic therapists that they spoke to. Yeah, so yeah, church paid for it.
Works for me.
Works for me. Yes, sirree. Now, cannabis, they say cannabis legalization has drives significant decline in Canadian drug crime. They say that the rate of drug crime in Canada in 2024 was 31% lower than in 2019. Let's see what else to say. Although cannabis-related arrests are already declining annually for several years before legalization, those rates particularly dropped significantly in 2019. They said in 2014, there were nearly 70,000 cannabis offenses in Canada, accounting for 2/3 of all drug crime. Now, 10 years later, cannabis offenses accounted for just 17%. It's gone from 66% down to 17%. They say in 2024, for example, the majority of cannabis offenses under the Cannabis Act were most related to importation and exploration, with just 13% were related to possession, 7% for distribution, and 7% to sales, 3% to production, and 4% to other cannabis-related crimes. And they say there were just 22 cannabis offenses per 100,000 population in 2024, and that is down 90% from 2014.
Wow.
It's a big number. Big number. So yeah. Let's see if there's anything else there on the end of things. Yeah. Big numbers. So it's good to see. That's happened. You know, as Dana once tweeted out, 60,000 people didn't get arrested this year, or that year that he wrote that. And last news story was that 35% of Canadian adults report cannabis use in the last 6 months. Now, with the survey, not only did they find that out, but they also found that 32% of Canadian adults reported that they used cannabis in the last 2 weeks. Are you one of those 32%, Al?
In the last 2 minutes.
25% of adults reported consuming edibles.
You know what? I know a lot of people now who do not smoke cannabis, but they do edibles and they drink pops, and
16% reported using dried flower. 59% of survey participants indicated that the legal cannabis sector is an important contributor to the Canadian economy. 58% are excited or okay with Canada making it easier for the sector to grow and create jobs. 43% want tougher enforcement against the unregulated market.
Yeah, to you guys.
33% want lower business taxes for producers.
If that relates to lower taxes for us, then okay.
And it says 57% of Canadians say they're open to the federal government investing in the growth of cannabis beverages, edibles, and wellness products.
Why would they do that when there are private businesses out there doing that now?
Yeah. Okay. 3/4 would welcome breakthroughs in cannabis-based pain and anxiety treatments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we know that recreational stores, they can't promote it as that. it's against the regulations. You can't say anything medical.
You know what? What are we? What are you? 6 years now?
7.
7
Well,
years.
illegal, but the topicals and the edibles were actually phase 2.
So we'll say 5
behind.
years. 5 years for that. Okay. Even that, things have changed quicker than I thought they would have. They've made it a little harder for people to make their own medicines and things like that, because of the way that a lot of that's done is illegal. But
yeah, technically you're not supposed to make the oil with anything that's explosive. So
yeah, but people are doing it, and are making their own medicine, and you know, I just wish I had enough weed to make my own medicine.
Yeah, and as you said,
don't look over there in your grow room, Al. I don't have any weed. Nope.
No. Okay.
I have skunks.
Yeah. All right. From news, you got anything else you want to mention in news?
I'm sure there is, but you know, I'll see that in our chat later.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now I think you had some videos or something you wanted to run. When do you want to run them? You want to put that in the entertainment end of things?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, then let's go on to sports then.
How about before we do sports, how about we listen to a song?
You want to listen to a song? You got one ready?
That was a little premature, Al. Premature. Never mind.
You spit it out. You got a song?
No.
Okay.
I do. Yes, I do.
All right.
Hold on. I do. Something that was sent to me from somewhere that I don't remember where.
Okay.
That I liked this song. I just have to find it because my window got closed. Because like you, I close things too quickly.
Yeah.
So one minute, please.
All right. We're gonna pause. We'll just pause right here. You won't see us moving or talking. Well, Al.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's digging. He's finding a song.
Here's something I just see in my feed here, and I don't want to open it, but I'm going to. Okay. It'll load, but the context is single dose psilocybin.
It's a song?
Come on, load.
You can tell it's trying to load.
This relieves OCD symptoms for weeks, is what it says.
Okay.
Okay, so we're looking. Welcome to my world.
Pause for the cause. Exactly.
Things are
buddy. Exactly.
really
Here, I'll pause. I'll have a toke.
Slow. Don't need your input right now, buddy. Thank you.
Works better when you turn it on. Bong rips, yeah. Talking about bong rips, I got my Eneo bong almost all ready to go. I dug that out of the closet. Maybe at the next show I'll bring it out. I got a bong right here.
Oh, come on, where is it?
All right. Right here I got a bong that is, I'm gonna say probably, I don't know, 12 or 15 years old. I've never even used
it. Al's gonna, cause that's a payback for talking about my computer like that, Al.
I had friends over on the weekend. They said they tried these vape carts and they can't do them anymore. They cough too much.
You know what? Okay, I found my song and we're ready to go. But
Okay.
What I'm noticing about the vape carts lately is a difference between a cartridge and my Shatterizer. Some of the cartridges get really, really hot on the top of your mouth from the vape carts, but they don't do that. The Shatterizer doesn't do that.
Yeah.
That's
well,
just
the thing about the Shatterizer is that you can put whatever you made yourself in it to consume.
Enjoy.
I look forward to it.
I used to stress, not just toke all day. Took all the hate and I threw it away. Lit up a joint and I lit up my smile. Wow. Now I'm moonwalking with my own damn style. Hey. Fuck the hate, it's time to get baked. I got high hopes and full stash tray. Roll it up thick, take the world off my plate. We ain't mad here, we just feeling great. Yeah, fuck the hate, it's time to get baked. Turn pain to puff, we elevate. Laughing loud, no time to fake. We blow that love into the whole damn place. Said calm down, I said spark up. Let the real ones rise and the fake shut up. Bills still do, but my vibe been paid by the universe, Mary Jane and the sun rays. So why stress it, let's bless it. Fire in the bowl like it's smoke confessions. One tribe, one blunt, all connection. Cartoon zone, ain't feeling no rejection. Fuck the hate, it's time to get baked. Put peace in the pipe and puff what it takes. Eyes half masked, but the love wide awake. We laugh so hard, we rattle the snakes. Yeah, fuck the hate, it's time to get baked. Tears in the past, now we just skate. We vibe so strong, even sadness breaks. Now everybody feeling great. I get too happy, they think I'm lying, but I've been through the mud and I came out flying. Laughed through hell with a blunt in my teeth. Flipped off the demons and lit up the grief. Said goodbye to the shade, said hi to the flame. Now I'm joking with pain like we ain't the same. I turned my struggle into rolling papers. Now I'm passing joy to the nosy neighbors. Weed is the healer, mood repealer, stress reducer, soul revealer. From the porch to the moon, let's celebrate. Tell your old self, go meditate. Happiness ain't just for TV, folks. It's for the stoners, the artists, the weed blessed jokes. We blowing good vibes like cannabis smoke. High as the hope we thought we broke. Woo! Fuck the hate, it's time to get baked. Drop that drama, roll up fake. We passing joy like a puff buffet. Now even the sad ones wanna stay. Yeah, fuck the hate, it's time to get baked. Blow clouds so thick they levitate. From solo tokes to a stoner parade. The world needs to get high and all get saved. We're all here now, lighter and free. Blazing our truth like it's therapy. So fuck the hate, let's elevate. We're stoned and happy, ain't that great? You are joy. You are light. You belong in the laughter.
That is from, oh, wait. There we go. Thank you. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. That's from Cartoons and Weed, a group on Facebook, actually. They do a lot of AI songs that they put out on their page. So, yeah, I actually like that. I hadn't listened to the whole thing before.
Buddy Weed says, awesome song. I like that Robin Hood movie.
The video in behind was from Robin Hood.
Was it?
Yeah. I believe that was Little John.
Okay. All righty. Gone from music to sports. I was swinging that bat. Did you see how I swung it so hard that the ball dented? That ball wrapped around the bat? You saw that.
There were a few bats that were broken.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've already discussed the Blue Jays. Okay. Just so you know, the day that Saturday night, the Leafs won. Just the wrong Toronto team won. That's all. Okay. Now talking about the Leafs, they won last night. Their game. Where did it go? They won 4-3. Scores. All right. They were down actually last night. The Leafs were down 3-0 at one point, and they came back and won the game. Okay,
They're good at doing. They're good at doing that, but unfortunately, they seem to choke.
Yeah, the Leafs won 4-3. The Kraken beat the Blackhawks 3-1, and the Blues over the Oilers 3-2, and the Canucks beat the Nashville Predators 5-4. There you go. You're up to date in the hockey scores from last night, anyways.
Uh-huh.
Now in cannabis and sports, I got a story here that says that Mavericks Williams apologizes for marijuana arrest.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Dallas Mavericks guard Brandon Williams has apologized for being a distraction after he was arrested on a charge of cannabis possession at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport on Saturday. That'd be a week ago, or two. He missed 2 games after less than 2 ounces of cannabis, which is illegal for recreational use in the state of Texas, was found in his luggage. Let's see. Williams says, I can't really go into further details. I just want to apologize for just being a distraction. I want to take full responsibility. Now, just so you know,
he was asked by management to say something.
Yeah. The use of cannabis is not prohibited in the NBA, and the league stopped testing in 2023.
But it is still illegal to transport over some state lines in the U.S.
Yeah, correct.
Unlike Canada, where you can go from one end of Canada to the other on a flight, and as long as you don't carry more than the legal amount,
30 grams.
Yeah, you're not going to get in trouble.
Right? Exactly. So,
but there are some states that are cannabis free, and there are states that you're not allowed. Like, for instance, the surrounding states of Colorado, I believe, have a no transportation because they don't want you bringing Colorado weed into Texas or whatever.
Yeah, you're crossing a state line. Even that federally is illegal. So,
well, because cannabis is not legal federally yet.
Correct.
In the U.S.
Exactly.
Where here in Canada, it is.
It is. Yep. Yeah. For sure. So it's nice if you can travel across the country with your cannabis and you're not breaking any laws.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think I would at this point, unless I was driving. I don't think I would take any cannabis with me on a flight because, you know, when I took David to the airport, they went through his luggage and gave him a hard time about a large fucking tube of toothpaste, for fuck's sakes.
Probably because it's more than 100 milliliters.
Yeah, and there was some shampoo. He bought a big bottle of shampoo he wanted to take home with him, and they wouldn't let him bring it. But yet, if I had brought an ounce with me, you know,
right,
you would have said, "Yeah, have a nice flight, sir."
You know, toothpaste and shampoo is not illegal.
You could be killed by a tube of toothpaste.
It's just that you know, it's the legal product to come on. With the cannabis, you have your minimum or your maximum amount, and the same thing is with your tube of toothpaste for an airplane. That was changed decades ago.
Even water, you know, I had a water bottle with some lemonade in it. I'm diabetic. I usually have a drink with me. And I said that to him. He said, "You can't take that with you." I said, "I'm diabetic, so it's kind of like my medicine if I need a drink or something, right?" And he said, "Okay." You know,
something's going on outside. I can't tell what it is.
Are they digging a hole? Maybe.
I don't know. Okay, so we've covered sports, all that stuff, and it's time for us to move on to events and entertainment. I like saxophone. I like those. Oh, I can't even pronounce them. Alrighty. Events and stuff that are going on. What do we got happening?
Not a lot.
Well, today is November the 4th, and if you lived in London, you could attend the Cannabis Professional Growing Relationships, where cannabis professionals are building a stronger industry.
In other words, come sesh with all the pros.
Yeah. Now, if you got tomorrow, you can head over to the Asia International Hemp and Expo Forum, where you can explore Asia's most advanced hemp innovations.
Might be interesting. Where's that?
Tomorrow also is Tether's Holiday Showcase, an evening of brand activations, connections, and holiday vibes in Hamilton. Let's see, the day after, the 6th, so that'd be what, Thursday? Thursday would be Business of Cannabis in New York. And on the 7th, we have the CannaFest, the world's cannabis and medicinal herb expo in Prague.
In Prague.
Prague, exactly. Now, also, just so you know, a little closer to home, in Winnipeg, Token Tuesday tonight at 7 till 10 p.m. at the Tijuana Yacht Club. And what's going on there is it brings licensed producers, bud tenders, buyers, and industry staff for a day of education and connection.
Wow.
Yeah. Macari?
I don't know.
Yeah, Lisa Campbell's company. And then here's one that I haven't brought up before, and we'll bring it up. The NSPS Speaker Series. This is the NSPS is the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. And their upcoming speaker that they are going to have is none other than Pace Radio host Cynthia Howell. She's walking in ceremony, healing with nature's medicine on November the 17th. And now Cindy's going to be speaking there about her experience with psychedelics.
Cool.
And it's a free event. And just so you know, I've touched base with her yesterday, and they are live streaming the speaker series. So I've asked her about getting the link to when she's speaking, and we will air it on the network.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's Buddy Weeds? He says, I know a guy who had 1 pound in his bag with a bottle of water, and they only had a problem with the water.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I see why you laugh, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Rev Cindy, she does the news with me on Monday, and she's the host of The Mushy Moment.
Some show at some point. Yeah.
She will be the speaker there. So we'll show it on the network. So all right. Anything else offhand? Events, entertainment?
Karma Cup.
Right.
Is tomorrow?
Yes, the 5th and the 6th.
And do we know where yet?
No, the information gives out an approximate location.
Yeah, we'll get that information tonight, and it'll be posted on all our walls, I'm sure. I think Sherry Ann will be down there, so she'll get some video for us.
$10, a $10 ticket, but I don't know if there's anything about paying at the door.
Yeah. I'm not seeing a lot of information, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the Karma Cup, the judging goes on the 5th, and then the presentations is on the 6th. That's the last I knew what it was. So, anything else?
It says Wednesday on my clock and 12:18.
Oh well, it is Tuesday. Now it didn't turn it back.
No, this thing is all manual. I got to change it myself. I just haven't done it yet. But I keep looking up at the clock and like 12, 8.
Yeah,
What the
what do you
fuck?
think? Should we switch to one single time zone or one single time period?
You know what, dude? I mean,
Uh,
it drives me nuts because the pets react to it.
Yeah, they do. They're looking for the food an hour early. Yeah.
Which drives me nuts. And the light outside reacts to it. It's still dark at 7:30 in the morning now, and it's dark at 5:30, 6 o'clock here.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah. So which time? So you prefer that they eliminate the changing of the time?
Oh, I don't. Really, to be honest, I don't care.
No, which time would you like? Would you like this right now is standard time?
No, I'd like what we just left.
The daylight savings time is a regular
because you get an extra hours. Not really, but that's what they say.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens down the road. I know
every now and then, you see a prime minister's post that says, "I'm thinking about removing the time changing," but it.
I know that Doug Ford has talked about changing it,
removing it, and so has what's his name, Kerry. Recently, Carney. Sorry, Carney. I don't even know our prime minister's name.
I haven't heard him mention it, but I know
I've seen posts that he said that he'd consider removing the time zone.
Doug Ford says he wants to get rid of it in our province, but he won't do it unless New York and Quebec or something does it.
Yeah, whatever.
There's so many different time zones across the country, east, west, north, and south. What's the big deal of waiting on somebody else to do it? Right? Yeah.
Maybe his brother will do it.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. There's just been a lot of talk, but nobody
has done it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's actually going to pull the trigger on that one. Would it have an effect on financing? Would it have an effect on businesses?
Mm-hmm.
Would it fuck people's head up? I mean, I've been doing a change twice a year my whole life. Mm-hmm. Would it affect your internal clock?
I know, like in the past, it's bothered me when the time change comes on, but it really hasn't this time.
For a couple of days, it fucks me up.
Yeah, well, it does affect people's health, according to the reports I was reading there.
This change, yes, also because it's also a trigger to the seasonal. What is it? Seasonal affective disease or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah. I know which one you're talking about. It's like that grinder. It's just trying to remember what exactly the name of. Yeah, seasonal.
Thanks for bringing that up again, Al. Now you got me on that again.
Season is deficit or something like that. I can't remember what it's called.
Seasonal dysfunctional disorder or something.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, let me
SDF.
Medtainer. Medtainer.
Thank you. Did
There
somebody
we
message
go.
you? Did somebody message you?
No, I was just about to look it up, and it came to my head.
That's it. Yes.
Medtainer is that grinder that has that you wonder whether it was sealed.
It doesn't
And
seal.
It
It doesn't seal, but it does close the. Unless you're, put your nose right up to it, you ain't gonna smell nothing.
Yeah. I don't know if it seals it for water, but yeah, it has a built-in grinder and stuff in it. And at the Treating Yourself Expo one year, all the samples came in a grinder. Each grinder.
Yes, they did, didn't they?
There was like 21 samples that year, so you got 21 Medtainer grinders.
I finally found.
Oh.
But it doesn't start until January, so I have to keep it clean until then, Al.
Oh, are you gonna be able to survive 2 months?
No, I'll start wiggling on it. I'm already. I'll put the shows in here already and stuff, and I'll use it, and then I'll just keep using January until January comes.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, couldn't you buy last year's calendar and use 2 months?
Dude, it took me a trip to Marathon to find this one.
Is that it? All right. What else we got? I got nothing else. Got no news. I started a new series on Netflix, Billionaires Bunkers. I think that's what it's called.
I think I've seen something like that.
It's about all the rich people wanting to get into a bunker to avoid.
Yeah, I've seen shows like that. I've been watching Mobland.
Okay, I think I've seen that.
Pierce Bronson,
yeah,
and Tom Hardy, who plays Venom.
Oh, well, hey.
Have you seen Venom? The movie Venom?
No.
Do you know who Tom Hardy is?
No.
A really good actor. Anyways, it's about a family who is the controlling interest in the mob at their wherever, but it's very well done. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Okay. This show, Billionaires Bunkers, that I just mentioned. Okay, I went to Wikipedia, and Wiki says that this is a new show that was released on Netflix in September the 19th. And it was just released in Spanish. It's a thriller television series. And it says, the synopsis says, in the face of a threat posed by an imminent nuclear war, a group of billionaires hide in a bunker called the Chimera Underground Park. Resentment between two families is fueled in the claustrophobic environment.
Bum, bum, bum.
There you go. That's what it's about. So I just got into the second show.
Unfortunately, because of my dyslexia, I have a hard time watching closed caption stuff because I have to focus on the words that.
There's no words. There was no. They do voiceover, so you see their mouths move off a little bit because there's.
Yeah, but yes, that's dubbed, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got your closed captioning where the words kind of go along your screen. I can't watch.
Yeah, I don't watch those because you're too busy, like you say, you're too busy reading the words to pay attention.
You know what I need to pay attention on?
What?
Having some lunch.
Do you?
Yes.
I see it's the bottom of the hour. It's almost lunchtime. What's for lunch?
I don't know. Maybe a simple box of Kraft dinner.
No PB&J?
Oh.
I thought I'd throw that out there just to see. I don't know what I'm going to have for lunch yet.
Me either. I don't
I'll find out when I get there.
When I open the fridge, it'll say, hey, you know what? I went, like I said, I went to a Marathon the other day and to do some shopping. and I got a new battery for my car because it was a 3-year warranty. So I went in and I complained a little, and they gave me a new battery, but I had to put it in. I got Aries to do it for me because they needed the battery back.
Yeah.
And I got some schnitzels, pork schnitzels, at the store when I was there.
Yeah.
And they were really good. You can't get them here, even though it's the same chain.
Yeah. And it's up to the store to bring it in, right?
Well, it's they get different meat suppliers and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, it was really good. I have not had a pork schnitzel in a long time.
No, you're right. You're right.
On that note,
is it time to say goodbye?
I think so.
Well, here, let me just close off the comments there so everybody can see it when we're saying goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, people. We will see you all next week.
Maybe.
Same fat channel, all that type of stuff. Right?
Possibly.
All right. We'll see you all later. Next on the network today is Mushy Moment. It comes on at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So other than that, we'll see you all later.
Hasta luego.
Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Canadian cannabis producers disappointed by budget 2025 proposals. Now, some Canadian cannabis producers say they are unhappy with the federal government's proposal to lower the price ceiling for medical cannabis reimbursements through Veterans Affairs Canada. The proposal, which was part of the federal government's budget 2025, was tabled in the House of Commons on Tuesday, November the 4th. The government intends for this reduction to better match the declining cost of cannabis in Canada, while saving a projected $4.4 billion over the coming years. The new proposed ceiling for the cost Veteran Affairs will cover for medical cannabis is $6 a gram. That's down from $8.50 a gram. Now, in 2024-2025, Veteran Affairs Canada reimbursed its members for nearly 30,000 kilograms of cannabis. That's totaling almost $245 million. Now, since 2011, the program has compensated over $1 billion worth of cannabis, exceeding the 143 million grams to eligible military personnel and other qualified individuals, including the RCMP. It says that we're disappointed that the federal government has proposed these changes without consultation from the cannabis industry or medical cannabis companies like Aurora, says Aurora CEO Michael Martin in a conference call about the company's recently quarterly report. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Hey, Cindy, how's your day going?
Hey, Steve. I'm good.
Oh, I see you're getting ready to go to the border?
Go to the border?
Oh, when I go to the border, everybody puts their gloves on there. Oh, sorry. What's the good news?
Arthritis is not my friend today, so I have paint spray sprayed all over my hand and a glove on to keep the heat in.
Well, I guess you just can't beat it. Beat it.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, actually. Been out, well, hang on. Let me bring over some beauties and show them.
Steve's been hunting.
It's been some awesome foraging lately.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that beautiful little kid.
Oh, hello, beautiful girl. Look at this big one. Yeah, this is the one I want to see. Look at that.
Just huge. Yeah, there's been some awesome foraging. It's been a really good year for the Amanita. Well, for me, for Amanita. Yeah, it's the last week or so has been quite a a little bit of rain, a little bit of sun. They said, oh, it's gonna rain for like a week solid, and it was a rain for a day and then a bit of sun, and you get that with the right temperature, and the Amanitas have just been going crazy. So it's gonna be a good year for medicine.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Oh, I need to move something here. Excuse me for a second. There we go. So what's the news, huh? What's the news?
What's the news? Oh, well, yeah. What is the news?
Well, the news is that John's going to be having his art show this month, Premier Art Exhibition, November 22nd, and then the 23rd is the grand opening of the Thrive Bio-Optimizers company, which is pretty exciting for me. More health products out there, more nutritional fixing things. That's
Pretty
all
exciting.
good news on my end.
Yeah. On the 17th of the month, I will be, and I'm nervous as fuck about this, but I will be speaking here in Nova Scotia at the Halifax Regional Library in the BMO room. We start at 6:30. And doing that with the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. I will be speaking on different medicines that I work with and what they are used for. I will talk a little bit about what the medicines are and, et cetera, but I will be focusing more on what we use them for, what they are good for, contraindications, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm nervous and excited about that. I'll have my notes, but, I'll do my best to not read from the notes and keep it from the heart. But there's a lot of technical stuff there, so I'll have my notes. We will be streaming it as the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, and Al and I have chatted. He's hoping to stream it on the PACE network as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I know we're both missing the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference because it's not actually happening this month, which is a bummer. It's
the news. Yeah, the news that we have received about that. I was chatting with Mark Caron here a while back, probably about a month and a half or so back, and they were thinking about having a small one this month. That obviously didn't happen, but they have moved it to May. So I'm hoping that, he said they were moving it to May. So I'm hoping that we will soon hear from them, and we will soon start seeing things come together for May of 2026 for the conference. Fingers crossed that comes to fruition.
Yeah. I missed it. It's a lot of fun.
It is. I mean, normally this time of year, I'm either already there or preparing to get there the next day or two to prepare for the conference. And I'm looking around me going, this isn't right. I'm not supposed to be here. But yeah.
Yeah. Maybe in May it may happen.
Fingers crossed it does happen. I know a lot of people are excited for it, and it's caused some chit chat. When we had Andrew on the show talking about the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, he talked about wanting to not hold it at UBC again this year, which is part of the reason it's not being held this month. Another reason why it's not being held is they realize that November, we're coming up to Christmas, and this day and age, that makes it really hard for people to be able to afford the conference. So fingers crossed it happens in May. And, we'll see if it still happens in BC, because when we had Andrew on, he was talking about East Coast somewhere. So who knows? Yeah. I just hope it happens. I don't care where, just I hope it happens. The gathering in the community, it's the Canadian community, and it comes together, and it's so beautiful.
Yes. Yeah. And it brings lots of people into education, and takes away a lot of fear for a lot of people when they come and they hear the speakers and they meet the people and see the products and learn actually, how they work and what they do.
Yeah.
Pretty darn awesome.
Yeah, it is. And it would be nice to see it happen. It's the Psychedelic Society here, like the speaker series is their first step towards something like that. So I mean, I'm hopeful to see more psychedelic societies across the country come together and hold these conferences. And if we work together, we don't have to compete for which province it is. Like, I mean, we can all do it. We can all come together, and we could all be part of it and have a presence. So yeah, somebody host a conference. We miss it.
Sponsor us. We'll host it. Woo! Go conference.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, maybe we should reach out to Andrew and say, hey, like, listen, or Mark, and say, like, we want to help. Like, come on, like, we need this. Like, it's already missed. We're not even there at that time yet, and it's already missed. We know it's not happening. Nobody's preparing. Nobody's like, oh my God, like, we got to get this together. You're usually running around like a chicken with your head cut off right now between gathering amanitas and preparing stuff for the show. And yeah. And like this year, we're
not
here.
The only ones missing it.
No, we're not. Quite a few people are. So it would, I'm probably going to reach out to Mark again soon and say, hey, so what's going on for May? Just because I want to know. I'm curious, and I want to see it happen, because I want to be able to plan my trip as well.
This will be the first year in a few years that Tony hasn't had a table beside us.
Yeah, like we don't get to see Tony in a few days, like, or Willow, or yeah. It's definitely missed. And I know, like, I mean, the people that I sat with in Breathwave, I know that there was a few of them who used to come out to it as well. So it's, everybody's missing it, and everybody's thinking about it, and everybody's kind of holding their breath to see what Mark and Andrew do with the next move. And we're watching too. So as soon as we know, we'll share.
We'll let you know.
Yeah. So we're going to share a few interesting news stories today in the middle of our conversations. Yeah. A couple of that caught our eye. There's 3 in particular. One may take a lot of time to talk about because it's quite interesting, something we've both been following for a couple of years now. But the first one's kind of cute, and it caught my attention because, speaking of Tony, the last time I saw Tony, the first time I saw Tony, the first year I met Tony, he introduced me to a mushroom, and he gifted me 4 grams of it. And he said, now, Cindy, go be very, very, very careful with this, because like a quarter to a half a gram of this is like 4 or 5 grams of golden teachers. And I'm like, okay, now I'm scared. Don't take it all at once. I gotcha. So he gifted me this beautiful mushroom. And I love the name of it. And a story popped up about this, and we decided to share it with you. And it's coming to us today from Mugglehead Magazine. The picture that pops up is super, super freaking cute. And the story is researchers to start FDA-approved study on Jedi mindfuck psilocybin.
First of its kind trial in the U.S. on whole mushrooms for PTSD. That's pretty cool just in itself. It's on whole mushrooms rather than we've got to extract. Arizona's Scottsdale Research Institute is expecting to commence a novel psilocybin study this month. It will be the first in the United States examining the application of whole psilocybin mushrooms for treating post-traumatic stress disorder among veterans and first responders. On October 28th, the Phoenix-based nonprofit Psychedelics Lab formally announced the beginning of the clinical trial. It will be led by Dr. Sue Sisley, a renowned magic mushroom and cannabis researcher who currently serves as the Institute's president and principal director.
However, Sisley informed the Phoenix News-Times in late October that the study still needed a stamp of approval from the DEA. She said Scottsdale expects to receive it within the next few weeks. Post-approval, the investigation will begin by assessing the impact of the Jedi mindfuck psilocybin strain cultivated by Scottsdale on a group of, get this, 24 police officers, military service veterans, and firefighters. They will be receiving, holy fuck nuts, 4.5 grams of dried Jedi mindfuck psychedelic fungi while under medical supervision. Wow.
That's you're probably not hanging on dose.
No.
That's you're gonna let go.
You're gonna feel it. Yeah, I did a half a gram of the Jedi mindfuck and wow.
Yeah. At the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies conference this year, Sisley jokingly said she chose that variety of mushroom because she enjoyed being able to write it on government forms. This landmark study, made possible by the leadership of the Arizona legislature, Governor Katie Hobbs, and the state of Arizona Health Department, reflects our mission to deliver real-world data that can guide policy and expand access to promising treatments for patients with PTSD, said Sisley.
The United States Food and Drug Administration gave its assent to the clinical trial in late March. The distinction, combined with the fact the whole shrooms are being used, makes it a first-of-its-kind undertaking. Previous clinical research with assent from the administration has exclusively relied on psilocybin extracts. In the news release from Scottsdale, State Senator Kevin Payne voiced his support for the research initiative.
Arizona is proud to lead the way with this pioneering study, which reflects our commitment to evidence-based, responsible exploration of new treatment options for patients in need, he said. The clinical research is being funded by a portion of a $5 million US dollar taxpayer sum that the Arizona legislature allocated to psilocybin studies in 2023 through passing House Bill 2486. This legislation established a psilocybin research advisory council under the Department of Health Services.
Psilocybin remains an illegal Schedule I substance in Arizona, but the state has cautiously supported studies on the compound for therapeutic indications. Scottsdale also studies the impact of LSD on terminally ill patients and has been authorized to complete trials involving MDMA for the treatment of PTSD. Very cool.
Look at that batch of shrooms he's got there. What is that? Jedi mindfuck psilocybin mushrooms grown in Arizona.
Wow. Very cool.
Yes, that's it's nice that they're not just using whole mushrooms, but they're actually just you know that if they're starting with a strain, they're going to try the differences of different strains. And now you're finding out what the differences are in the medications, and they're doing it with science, and this is all awesome. I'm loving this.
Well, I like the fact that they're using real mushrooms. They're not creating 4-ACO DMT. They're not creating a synthetic psilocin. They're using real mushrooms, and they're growing them properly. And, they're going to do the study with that. I think it's incredible that they're using such a powerful mushroom. Like I said, Tony gifted me that 4, plus grams there a couple of years ago. And I've tried it, half a gram. And I felt like I was on probably 2+ grams of golden teachers, which is what I'm used to. And the visuals with the Jedi Mindfuck were incredible. I've had some pretty cool visuals with Penis Envies and with Blue Meanies, and then, a few others. B+ is the other one that's given me some pretty incredible visuals. But I have to be honest, the Jedi Mindfuck really knocked the rest of them out of the park. So I know what a half a gram is like. And these people are going to do an extra 4 on top of that. And we're talking massive hero dose and very, very large potential for some amazing healing.
We'll find out.
I'm sure. I can't wait for the study to be done and to be shared. I'm sure that Steve and I will take a news day and talk about it. I'm going to want to take a news day and talk about it. So it's a pretty incredible study that's going on. And I'm really excited to see, like I said, to see the whole fruit being like the whole mushroom fruit being used versus extracting the psilocybin or creating the 4-ACO DMT. I'm really excited to see that happen, because there are other compounds in there that they all work together, and it's kind of like cannabis. You need the whole plant for it to really work. Different variations. Like, sometimes you want like a majority of CBD, but you still need those other elements in there to have everything working correctly. You need whole plant. And I think it's the same thing for fungi. You need whole fungi. You need the whole mycelium, the whole bit, every part of it for it to work in the body.
For it to do its magic. Sorry.
Steve loves his dad jokes. We love Steve's dad jokes too. So
I think they're a combination of ADHD and stupidity.
So we do have a couple more stories. One more for before the break. We've got 10 minutes to sit here and chat about this one. This one caught my eye, something I never thought I'd see. It is again coming to us from Mugglehead magazine. And this one says, the Catholic Church pays for abuse victims' magic mushroom therapy.
Psilocybin-assisted therapy is proven to be a valuable tool in a sexual abuse victim's quest for peace of mind. Although many report that taking magic mushrooms is beneficial for overcoming past demons, this particular case is exceptional.
Last year, a 63-year-old Pennsylvania man convinced the Roman Catholic Diocese of Altoona, Johnstown, to pay him to undergo legal psychedelic-assisted therapy in Oregon. Chuck Lovett was sexually abused by the church priests when he was 12 years old and has been struggling mentally because of it ever since. Now, he says, the weight he had been carrying for decades has been largely lifted.
It was a beautiful, warm experience, he said in an interview with Portland-based media outlet Willamette Week on October 22nd. It felt like the universe had me in its hands. It wasn't easy for him to convince the church to pay for his unorthodox treatment, though. They were reluctant to do so initially, saying that he needed a referral from a licensed Pennsylvania therapist. Unlike Oregon, psilocybin is illegal in Pennsylvania, and obtaining such a recommendation wasn't possible.
Lovett didn't give up, though, and he continued pressing. He said he was going to receive psilocybin therapy anyways and go public with his story of abuse and funding refusal if the church didn't agree to foot the bill for his psychedelic ambitions. Once he did that, the diocese agreed to give him $6,000 for psilocybin therapy within about a half an hour, as highlighted by Willamette Week. In 2024, he spent the money on a 4-day trip to Oregon to receive the psychoactive fungi with facilitators in a therapeutic setting.
The diocese's victim assistant coordinator said it was a one-time exception made for Chuck that the church generally only supports traditional counseling therapies. Lovett was inspired to try psychedelic mushrooms after reading Michael Pollan's book, How to Change Your Mind, which was eventually made into a Netflix series.
Yeah. He also discussed his experiences with psilocybin on the Karmacola podcast earlier this year. Remarkable that the Catholic Church, once punishing psilocybin use with death, now funds psychedelic therapy, commented one psychedelics enthusiast.
Oregon was the first American state that agreed to legalize psilocybin for therapeutic purposes 5 years ago. There are approximately 30 licensed magic mushroom treatment centers statewide, primarily concentrated in Portland.
Wow.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
And that's, again, these are just beginnings. Really, these are just beginnings.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, two things caught me in that story. Like, he said, like, if you don't do this, I'm going to go public. And he went public anyway. God bless him. And then the Catholic Church said, this is a one-time only thing. We don't do this. Well, I'm sorry, Catholic Church. You've now set the precedent.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry,
Yeah.
I had to have some hot water.
Oh, I understand. You got to get your cacao. So, yeah, like, they've now set the precedent. I find that amazing. And I hope that more people that have been hurt in such ways come forward and ask for the same thing. And now that it's been done once, I think it'll happen again and again and again. I hope it'll happen again and again and again.
Especially with, the fact that just from this reading this story, it's obviously a positive outcome.
Mm.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, it helped him.
Wow.
Mm.
That'll be unreal if funding starts happening for people to actually get the healing, be it, through ibogaine, ibogaine, or 5-MeO or psilocybin, whichever is needed for the people to find their healing. It's nice to see that, a person, there's a possibility in the future that a person doesn't have to try and save up 10 grand to motor off somewhere out of the country to find somebody in a jungle that can help them heal. It'd be nice if we could have the healing happening all around where people need it.
And it does to a fashion. There are people like you and I around, and many, many more. But it's the affordability, like you say, to go for iboga, especially if you are somebody who is suffering from addiction and you're going for iboga to get clean, or to you've now detoxed and you want to kind of solidify that. You are looking at an $8,000 to $20,000 retreat. If you're already clean and you're going in that way, you're closer to the 8. If you are still in active addiction and they have to get clean supply and help wean you off, you're looking at 20,000+ depending on where you're going. So healing is not cheap, and healing isn't cheap because it's illegal, and people have to run, and people have to hide, and people have to get the medicine, but they have to get the medicine through the black market because of the the way the government views all of these plants and fungi and frogs and toads. Like, these are things that were put on this earth to help us, and we figured out how to use them. And we have seen it over the millennia for most of these medicines, how they help people and what they do. So I find it saddened that all of this stuff is illegal. So I would like to see it move forward so we can actually have it covered. And people like myself who have been trained in amazing facilities and with amazing people, like actual, experts in the area, people that have been doing this and helping to regulate it properly for years. Let us be the service people. We don't have to be the therapists. You know what I mean? Those really should be two different people, your facilitator and your therapist. They should. Therapists should not be facilitators and vice versa. So it would be nice to see that move forward and have more of it covered by Health Canada or insurance or something to make it affordable for those people, for anybody. Because not every medicine is for every person, but everybody should have the right to try the medicines and find the one that's right for them.
Yep, find the one that works. Yep.
You want to say anything? I mean, I've babbled, very well there.
Yeah, no, you did. You covered it up pretty good. Maybe I should say, hey, it's about time to hear from our sponsors. So hang out. We'll be right back after this awesome message.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, November 4th. You're here with myself and my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy.
Hi.
Anything new and exciting happening?
Yeah, I just realized that I have the wrong date on the Welcome to the Mush Moment.
Oh, you do?
I do.
What date do you have?
I have Welcome to the Mushy Moment for November 5th, 2025.
Oh. Well, we'll have to play it again tomorrow.
That's funny. Funny.
Hey, the Schumann's been hitting up to 55 hertz. 20 hertz to 55 hertz you get in a subwoofer. You can feel that frequency, and our planet has been shaking at that frequency. It's actually been spiking and hitting that frequency in the last little while, probably because of them solar flares and plasma blasts that have been rocking us. But I thought it was interesting that you know, if you look up the history of the resonance of the planet, there's like a crap ton of years where it never goes, it doesn't even hit 20 hertz, because it normally vibrates at 7.83 or resonates at 7.83. And there's like, from the time they started recording it to, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, there was nothing above 20 hertz. And then all of a sudden, boom, it started rocking up into the 20, 30, 40. And the other day, it actually hit 55 hertz. Like that's a low tone.
How does that, why not explain to people how that affects us? Because we do talk about the solar flares and the Schumann quite a bit, you know, privately, but we bring it up once in a while here too. So why not explain?
Well, those frequencies, if you're listening to music and you turn off your subwoofer, you're turning off like 100 hertz and underneath. You're turning off 50, 100, and we hear right down to 20 hertz. So all of that low stuff that moves you, all the real subsonic lows, right? Even with movies, you're watching movies, you get those subsonic lows, and it kind of makes things more intense, right? And when the planet actually resonates at those frequencies, it's not something the planet's supposed to do, but they actually are frequencies we feel, and they affect us. So depending on what's going on, it's not even just us, even the animals will be acting weird, because the ground is it's resonating like a speaker at a frequency that we actually can feel. So yeah, a lot of people will feel things like anxiety or just kind of a tension, right? Because if you take away the sub, you lose the tension in the movie, right? You put that subwoofer in there and that builds that all that low tone vibration. It builds up the tension. So when the planet's kind of resonating in that frequency, along with the different frequencies from the solar flares hitting the planet, along with the consciousness wave of where people's minds are, because people are pretty riding in a fear-based frequency a lot. So yeah, it's just interesting to, you know, catch things like, oh, the planet actually is resonating at a frequency that we play in our subwoofer when we're watching a movie. That's me babbling for a while.
That's good.
Didn't make any sense.
Do you want to talk about the next story?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So this one is coming to us from the BBC. FDA advisors vote against MDMA therapy. Researchers are still fighting for it.
A vote against using MDMA as part of therapy for PTSD has provoked a powerful backlash among researchers who study psychedelic drugs. Some 13 million Americans struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, and existing therapies only bring relief for a fraction of patients, and new treatments are sorely needed, according to psychiatrists wrestling with the scale of the problem. So there was distinct disappointment when an advisory committee at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration voted earlier this month against a therapy that many had hoped could offer the first new treatment for PTSD in 25 years.
A number of experts who study psychedelics have since spoken out in support of MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD and have sharply criticized the recommendation of the FDA's Psychopharmacological Drugs Advisory Committee. But some are still optimistic that the treatment might be approved when the FDA delivers its final decision in August. When was the story done? This was back in June. This was a year ago.
Oh, you know what? I actually grabbed the wrong one because the FDA has put out a response to this as to why they did it.
Okay.
Do we want to continue with this one?
I can. Well, no. Why don't you tell us about this other story, and I'm going to see if I can find it.
Okay. If you type in FDA response on MDMA, it'll probably bring him up.
Okay.
Because apparently there's, like, as this one was saying, there was a lot of outcry about it. And I guess for August, they must have stuck to their guns on it. And now they've released a statement about it.
I got something.
Have you found it?
Yeah, I've got something. So I'm going to share it here. It'll be there in a second. So keep going. Keep chatting.
Okay, because it was just kind of weird how they cut it all back, right? What was it? The deputy director of research at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs National Center for PTSD said he was unconvinced by the acute efficacy of the treatment as demonstrated by the data reported in the phase 3 trials. The difference between the active and the placebo group is statistically significant by the author's analysis, but relatively small enough that I think the role of expectation bias cannot at all be discounted as potentially accounting for a lot of the difference. So they were kind of talking about the study itself and saying, we don't know if we can really use that one, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so I just shared a short story that you can, it's in the private chat. I'm going to bring it up here in just a second. I'm going to share this.
Yep.
So this one is in response to what Steve was just talking about. So this is coming to us from Psychiatric Times. And the FDA releases complete response letter on declining MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD.
Okay, the key takeaways: the FDA's release of CRLs, including Lykos pharmaceutical case, signifies a move towards transparency in drug approval decisions. MAPS criticized the FDA for changing study design recommendations, highlighting inconsistencies in the CRL regarding MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD.
Yeah, and two more takeaways are the CRL cited issues like treatment durability and prior MDMA use, despite no significant differences in study results between experienced and inexperienced people. And the last takeaway they have listed here is Lykos and MAPS remain committed to advancing MDMA research, training therapists, and promoting psychedelic-assisted healing globally.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has publicly released a complete response letter to Lykos Pharmaceuticals, making public for the first time the details of their decision to decline approval of MDMA-assisted therapy for individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder. Lykos Pharmaceuticals previously received the FDA decision to decline approval of the treatment in August of 2024, and the control letter was only released publicly this week. The particular case comes with a move by the FDA to release 89 previously unpublished letters and begin releasing future letters to the public immediately after issuing them to sponsors.
Releasing previous CRLs marks a shift towards public transparency in drug approval decisions by the FDA. Previously issued CRLs will be posted publicly. All new ones will be promoted, promptly shared, and CRLs from prior withdrawn applications will be shared as well. This is the first time the FDA has approved such a level of transparency regarding their decision-making. MAPS, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, while not working directly with the FDA, held a press briefing to further discuss the contents of the CRL on rejection of MDMA-assisted therapy for post-traumatic stress. Rick Doblin, PhD, who is also the founder and president of MAPS, said in this briefing that there was a changing of the goalposts by the FDA, as the CRL noted study design issues that had not been marked during their extensive discussions with the FDA about every single aspect of the protocol design in the special protocol assessment process. According to Doblin, researchers had worked with the FDA to create an effective double-blind study design, and the design is notoriously difficult with working with psychedelic drugs. Doblin also pointed out that the FDA's letter did not address the amendment that Lykos submitted addressing previous issues.
Doblin outlined the conversations between researchers and the FDA in designing the study, emphasizing that design elements initially recommended during the special assessment were noted as issues in the CRL. The FDA had recommended not using a low-dose comparison arm and instead using a placebo group, but then wrote in the CRL to consider inclusion of a low-dose midomethamphetamine arm as a control. The letter also cited lack of durability of treatment and concerns about participants having prior experience with MDMA use. Doblin pointed out that in the study results, there was no significant differences between patients with prior MDMA use experience and patients who had no prior experience. The statement from MAPS added that Lykos will continue negotiations with the FDA. MAPS will keep driving forward, incubating and accelerating new MDA-focused research, training therapists around the globe, catalyzing humanitarian projects in high trauma, low resource areas of the world, and building the infrastructure for a future where psychedelic-assisted healing and personal growth is not delayed by shifting politics, but delivered as a matter of compassion and justice.
Mm-hmm. And then below, there are some references. So if you check out this article, which is on the PACE News page, just so you know, they offer some links, so you can take a look at the MAP statement on FDA's public release of complete response letter, and then you can take a look at the complete response from the FDA. And then we go down to issues with Lykos, the CRL to Lykos for the MDMA assisted. So you can take a look at everything that they've talked about directly with those links.
Wow.
Mm. Thoughts?
Comments? It's still it's moving forward. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Right? That's, you know, as long as it keeps moving forward, that's what matters. And you know, it's just one of the medicines that needs to be tested and worked with. There's
yeah.
But at least the healing is coming along, right?
It's, you know, it's slow steps. I mean, we were all so shocked when the FDA denied. I mean, Rick Doblin did a lot of work. He spent months and years putting this together and getting it ready and following protocols and jumping through hoops and putting out fires and doing everything he does. And then to have it shot down, you know, it was shocking to everybody because everybody thought he got it right. He thought he got it right. Like, and I mean, according to what he was told to do, he did get it right. Really. So it was quite sad to see it knocked down. Yeah.
That's okay. It's just for now, right?
It is.
10 years ago, people wouldn't have even thought that it would have been even proposed.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And, you know, Doblin is a very, very bright man. So, I mean, I'm sure he has spent the time since that decision regrouping and preparing and getting ready to stand up and fight once again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, generally when you're dealing with the government, you get refused the first time around on anything. So you got to always come back a second time. And sometimes you get refused that second time. You got to come back a third time. So, no, I think it's pretty amazing just to, from where I start looking into things to you know, start creating my microdosing and working within that realm to where we are now, for me, seriously, just blows my mind. You know, when I started to try and get a lot of info on how to heal, it was hard. You were tunneling, you were going down rabbit holes, you were reading blogs of people that had, used stuff to heal and how did they use it. And, it was, it's nice to see as much of it going on.
It was super hard to find information. Like just before I met you, probably about a year before I met you, I mean, I was working my butt off to find information about microdosing and whatnot. And I had another friend who we've had on the show, Sita. She reached out to me. Like I found the Fadiman information is what I found, but that took me hours of searching and clicking and trying to get the right words. And but I eventually found it and I was able to follow it. And then I had to figure out how to find the right mushrooms and how to do all that, which is where my friend Sita came in. But yeah, it took a long time from deciding I was going to try this microdosing that I had heard about to actually finding the right information and getting it together, and figuring it out and making caps. That was months. And so, I mean, it's really exciting to see this information out here. I mean, like, I know that you've gathered information, you've put it together in a beautiful way. Other people have put out, information, and it's nice to see it talked about more. There are more protocols for microdosing, different ways to do it, different like protocols to take, whether you take it every third day, which is the Fadiman protocol, or if you do a 3-week protocol with a week off. I mean, there's so many different ways to do the microdosing. And, it's the same as, we've heard this about cannabis for years. You have to find the way that works for you, the strain that works for you. Because there are just as many strains of fungi as there are of cannabis, if not more.
And it's which medication and what's your dosing. Everybody's dosing, tends to be different on a lot of things. They've got to find what definitely the protocol, what protocol works for you. What is it you're trying to achieve? There's a lot to it. But, the big thing is start small, work your way up so that you don't get scared off with something that's too much right off the start. Just start small and slowly increase to find your dose. Even the doctors do that. Start just small and increase to find your dose. Do things in a safe manner.
I agree. Did you want to talk about that last story?
Sure, let's get in there and see what's going on.
Absolutely. So this story is coming to us from Onco Daily, and it says psychedelics in cancer care, a new frontier in healing.
At the Society for Integrative Oncology 2025 annual meeting, one of the most talked about plenary sessions explored psychedelics in cancer care, bringing together leading experts from Yale, Harvard, and international research institutions. Moderated by Dr. Miriam A. Elberg of Yale Cancer Center and Dr. Linda Carson, the session examined how psychedelic-assisted therapy could transform the management of psychological, spiritual, and physical suffering in cancer patients.
Yeah.
Cancer, as described by Dr. Anna Yusum of Yale University, is an existential earthquake. Beyond pain and physical symptoms, patients often experience anxiety, demoralization, and a loss of meaning. Psychedelics, she explained, offer a unique dual action pathway, acting biologically on serotonin signaling and inflammation, while simultaneously addressing existential and spiritual distress.
Early studies from Johns Hopkins University and New York University have shown that a single psilocybin-assisted session can lead to rapid and sustained reductions in anxiety and depression among patients with life-threatening cancers. In some cohorts, over 60% achieved full remission of depression symptoms, with effects lasting 6 months or longer. Patients frequently describe their psychedelic experience as among the most meaningful of their lives, often reporting new feelings of peace, forgiveness, and connection. Dr. Yvonne Bassant from Dana Faber Cancer Institute and Harvard Medical School presented a comprehensive review of clinical trials, noting that between 2011 and 2024, more than 10 modern studies have evaluated psilocybin, MDMA, and related compounds for depression, anxiety, and existential distress in cancer patients.
Most trials demonstrate both safety and feasibility, including those in patients undergoing active chemotherapy. The emerging data have been strong enough that 2023 JAMA Psychiatry Guidelines formally mentioned psychedelics as a potential adjunct in treating cancer-related depression and demoralization, marking a historic milestone for integrative oncology. Dr. Bossant highlighted the first group-based psilocybin study in cancer patients with major depressive disorder. 80% of participants showed significant improvement, and over half reached remission within 8 weeks. Group settings were found to enhance safety, connection, and emotional openness, suggesting a feasible model for clinical integration.
Wow. Another feasibility trial at Dana-Farber tested psilocybin in patients with terminal cancer and demoralization syndrome, supported by a multidisciplinary team of palliative physicians, chaplains, and music therapists. Despite severe symptom burden, participants achieved 50% reduction in demoralization within 3 weeks, and both patients and families described profound emotional healing. The final plenary talk by Professor Vitaly Napadow of Harvard Medical School delved into the neurobiological mechanisms underlying psychiatric therapy, focusing on the therapeutic alliance, the empathetic connection between patient and clinician. And that was supposed to be psychedelic therapy, not.
Using hyperscanning neuroimaging, his team simultaneously recorded brain activity in both therapist and patient during treatment. Interesting. They discovered synchronized activation in regions associated with empathy and social connection, particularly the temporal parietal junction, correlating with greater pain relief and emotional resilience. Professor Napadow's upcoming FDA-approved MDMA study will further test whether strengthening this brain-to-brain synchrony can amplify clinical benefits in patients with chronic and cancer-related pain. He emphasized that the psychedelics should be viewed not merely as drugs, but as tools to deepen human connection and enhance the art of medicine.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Panelists agree that psychedelics are not anti-cancer agents. They do not shrink tumors or extend survival. Instead, their promise lies in alleviating suffering, restoring agency, and redefining meaning in the face of mortality. The therapy structure, compromising preparation, dosing, and integration, requires trained facilitators, careful screening, and ethical oversight. Future research will focus on optimizing protocols, ensuring accessibility, and employing group-based and telehealth models for scalability implementation. As Dr. Bossant summarized, these substances help patients reconnect to themselves, to others, and to life, even as they confront death.
The SIO plenary concluded with a unifying message. Psychedelics bridge the biological, psychological, and spiritual dimensions of cancer care. As data mature, oncologists may soon integrate psychedelic-assisted therapy alongside conventional palliative and psycho-oncological approaches, not as an alternative, but as enhancement of holistic healing. The speakers collectively called for larger randomized controlled trials to validate efficacy, establish safety, and guide clinical practice. For now, this growing body of research signals a paradigm shift, moving from management of disease to restoration of wholeness.
Wow.
Pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, I think that's a great article.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like where things are going. The things are slowly going to, healing avenues. You're seeing more stuff about healing, not just medicating, but healing, which is such a great thing. There's more healing needed, damn it. Wow.
Wow.
Well, that was some good stories, actually.
It was. It was.
I mean,
Sparked a lot of great conversation.
I might have to read a little bit of that Mugglehead stuff there. It's not one I was turned on to until we got two of the stories today. So.
Oh yeah, no, Mugglehead magazine's a great magazine.
Yeah, I think I'll be going in to share that. Later on today, I'll be going out to get some more Amanita muscaria.
Amanita.
Hey, Chica, come on up. Come say hello to everybody. Come here. Come on. Come up and say hi. There we go. She's going to go with me to go collect some Amanita muscaria.
Oh, hello, Chica baby.
We go hiking through the woods and we find wild harvested Amanita muscaria. Scaria. She says, yeah, just hurry up so you can let me out, you jerk.
Come on, Dad.
Oh. Wow. Well, any cool and exciting last things you want to talk about?
There will be no show next Tuesday. As it is November the 11th. So we are taking the day off for Remembrance Day to honor our veterans, those who never came home, and those who came home different, and those who stand beside them. So as a veteran, I thank all of the other veterans out there, and I thank you for your service.
Well said.
How's that? Thank you. And with that, pretty much the end of the show.
Thanks for playing. Thanks for joining us here on the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. We'll see you next week. Bye, Cindy.
No, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Oh, in 2 weeks. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Bye, Cindy.
Bye, Steve. Bye. Bye, everybody.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach, and on the program today, I have my joint host, Al Graham and Al Bird, and we are appreciative of you being part of our show today. Share us with your friends. If you get a chance, hit the like button and the subscribe button below, and you can also visit timeforhemp.news, find our archives, and find past programs and lots of free music downloads. And we're going to kick off this round of conversations today with Al Graham up in Canada. Let him know a little bit about PACE Network.
All right, PACE Network is People Advocating Cannabis Education. We're a network that is broadcasted in video as well as our audios go out as podcasts afterwards as well. And you can find it all at paceradio.net.
There you go. And we got Al Bird, who's got a great book, a little groovy book. You're going to pick it up and read, check it out, and get a chance. Al Bird, say hi.
Yeah, thank you, Casper. That's me there and my dogs in the back of a pickup truck in my backyard. And it's available anywhere, Apple Books, Amazon, Thrift Books. Give it a shot. Okay.
And
so
you mentioned that these are your dogs back here, and today's guest is talking about dogs, aren't they?
We're going to talk about animals, and I think canines, dogs, are a big part of it. And as you note, I'm a golden retriever lover. I have been for 40 years. And anything that will help my dogs either have a more pleasant life or a longer life, especially a longer life, I'm into it. So we have purposely talked to these folks about a number of subjects. They're absolutely fascinating. Everything we've done with these guys is like, wow. So I hope we're going to get a wow again. I think we will. So this is a married couple up in mid-Maine, USA. They've been helping patients from little babies, infants, all the way to mature women and men with their cannabis, which is essentially for them FECO oil, FECO, full extract cannabis oil, just what Casper's got there. It's an oil, it's a liquid, and it is extracted from the cannabis plant, the whole plant, not just a little of it. The whole bud gets that oil extracted out of it, and that's what these guys use as medicine. So with that, Al, if you can bring them to life right now, as Casper indicated, I asked the question, do you guys treat animals? And the answer I got was yes. So tell me, what do you do?
Well, we're big pet and animal lovers here. We have a big cane corso, a chihuahua, and a min pin. So we use the cannabis in
many ways with these dogs. Dogs do have endocannabinoid system. There's a lot of false information out there that if your dog eats a cannabis brownie, they might die. No. The only thing that's going to kill a dog is if you drop 100 pounds on their head. Okay?
That's right.
Dogs have endocannabinoid systems. We fill them just as we do a child with the drops, which is just an MCT coconut oil and the cannabis, full extract cannabis oil.
So I would put like these little, I would put like drops of the oil on the
You
food?
would put that one syringe in a 2-ounce tincture bottle with MCT coconut oil.
Right.
The whole syringe.
Or you could use the salve. The salve is an organic coconut oil. And you just put it on a spoon and put it right in their mouth. And they love that for whatever it is, tooth pain, or they're just freaked out by the fireworks or
Oh,
whatnot.
wait a minute. What's this salve? We showed that before in the last show, but what's coconut oil? Is
just coconut oil,
and it solidifies because it's cool, and once it heats up, it's
Yeah.
So it's just so. What's the ratio? Coconut oil to
Well, it depends on the lab testing of the full extract cannabis oil. One syringe, let's say it has 650 milligrams. So we would put that in 4 ounces of coconut oil, and that's what the salve is.
Okay.
So depending on the lab testing of the medicine, that's how many milligrams are in it. I try and I put 500 milligrams in the tincture bottle, so that when I give you the tincture, you know there's 500 milligrams in that 2 ounces with the dropper. But in what we do with the dogs is we treat cancer, okay? And we also treat behavioral issues and fear. A lot of dogs are really scared of fireworks. They freak out at thunder and lightning. And it really, just a couple of drops in their food really calms them down. Mellow.
So basically, you just get them high before the 4th of July, right?
Yeah.
Is that what,
And if,
is
like,
that what
let's
this
say
does?
you have an aggressive dog and you want to bring a pup, you just got a puppy and you want to introduce them. So you give the aggressive dog the cannabis in their food, and then they're calm and kind of lie around a lot.
Does what it does to people. Instead of you get a bully in the neighborhood, you just say chill out and get high. And when they do, they just want to love everybody in the neighborhood.
Exactly.
It really.
Yeah, I look at dogs and babies as sort of the same thing. As they don't realize what they've consumed if they overconsume. And
Does that mean that when you leave the house, you leave your babies in the basement for 8 hours?
No. No.
Just this week.
I'm talking about when it comes to overconsumption of cannabis oil.
Okay.
A dog and a baby doesn't realize what's going on, and you can,
they just sleep it off.
So that's good.
The chihuahuas go like this a little bit, like if they get more, they're like, like they just kind of.
I had a frightening experience with she was 9 years old and my golden, and I'll tell you what I do with them. I give them cannabis every day. I don't know what you guys do, but I give my dogs cannabis every night. But one night I gave her some fecal oil, just a little bit, maybe a grain of rice, something like that. And the next morning, when I woke up in the morning, she had urinated all over her bed. She could barely walk, completely disorientated. I did not make the connection. And I brought her to the vet, trustworthy. I've been there for years. She took a look at him, and the techs were looking at her. And what she was doing was she was going in a circle around, like chasing her tail, but without so much athletic ability. And they diagnosed her as having a stroke. And they told me then that the behavior she exhibited was that of a dog with a stroke. And now it turned out to be not that at all. She got overdosed. So to get to Al's point, it was a real problem for my dog.
Well, that's why I say that we start with, like we do with the babies, with one drop, and you know that it's less than a milligram. And nobody on this earth, adult, child, animal, is going to have a huge reaction on less than a milligram of cannabis. So by starting really, really small with dogs, That's what we do. We don't say just go give your dog a tablespoon of.
Right.
We just say,
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's just 180 pounds.
yeah, our dog's like 180 pounds, but that's why actually we started making the tincture, is because not only dogs can get too much, and it's when we say too much, it's things like with pets, like he said, it can be very, very scary because these are very scary symptoms if you don't if it's not, oh, I gave my dog too much food.
Right.
It can be very scary.
Yep.
And I have seen, that's why we started making the tinctures, because I have seen vomiting of the dogs puking. Because when we say a grain of rice or a dot, everybody's grain of rice or a dot is different. My dot might be like a dot that you can't even see through, and then your dot, who knows? But the tincture makes it so we know scientifically by doing it by the drop that we're safe, that they're not going to have a scary effect. So we start with the drop, one drop at a time.
1 milligram is your beginner. A beginner should start with 1 milligram max.
Well, what is that, right, Brett? He knows that kind of stuff. I just do it the milligram or less than a milligram by the dropper, in the dropper, the tincture dropper. That thing, the syringe, it's just so strong. There's no way to get 1 milligram. Okay.
Yeah, and the syringe would just be straight oil, right? It wouldn't be a tincture or anything.
Right. It's harder to be scientific with the syringe because you're getting different amounts every time. So what we like to do is, that's why we're using the dropper for pets and for small children, because we take them up. So the first day, every 4 hours, they would get 1 drop, and they would get it the whole first day, and then the whole second day. And then before you go to bed, you would give them 2 drops. And
so does that mean that as a human, that if I drank all of this, I'd have a Tommy Chung high?
You'd be stoned. My friend today ate a half of one of those, and we went to the pond, and he's like,
"Oh, don't tell him that. He'll try it. Don't tell him that. He'll try it."
He said it definitely worked. I mean, we had a great time. We were out in the pond, rowing around in our little floaties. But if I eat even a grain of rice, I think the whole world is collapsing. It's very strong medicine.
Well, here's what I do with my dogs. I make a butter with butter. Take the bud, decarboxylate it, put it in. I have one of those machines that does it automatically from my friend. Magic butter machine. Everybody has one of those. If you don't have a magic butter machine,
I got 3 of them.
Yeah, so anyway, I get a magic butter machine. That's what I make. So I make my butter, and I think it's relatively strong. I mean, I'm using real buds and stuff. And what I do is I just get a cracker at night for each one of them, half a cracker even, and put just a little bit of this butter on. I sort of learn what the dose is. And they get it every night. They line up for it. They love it, just like you say. And within 15, 20 minutes, they're dead asleep. And they seem to be having a really good time. So, and I'm thinking this is therapeutic and preventative.
And the hips. We are big dogs. Like, our dogs are big. We have a really
hip dysplasia is a horrible problem with dogs.
That our dogs used to get. Anybody who has a dog that's like having trouble getting up the stairs, getting in the car, they are looking weak from behind. A level of relief that this dog gives to that this medicine gives to your dog is amazing. It makes our day, because we get so excited about this, because we're so sad when our dogs are getting old. It almost makes you depressed when your dog's all decrepit. So when you're able to really see a difference, it's like, it makes us happy.
I agree. It's a painkiller for them, just like it is for us. And it is noticeable. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I started other dogs, but almost within 2 days, their behavior just was so improved. They're having a better time. Yep.
Yeah, and I think dogs are God's best invention, and I don't know why God didn't just stop with dogs. I wouldn't have even made humans and be like, oh,
after dogs
are amazing. Yeah.
Do you come across dogs and maybe treat them for anxiety?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. That's what I mean by the fireworks. There's a lot of dogs that have separation anxiety from their person, and it really helps. It's really surprising. You know, we say cannabis still surprises us. We're like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
Right. It does the same things it does to humans. Yeah, a human has anxiety. If they have depression, all the same things that work for the dogs. Hey,
yeah, that's what I was just saying. You're right. It just seems to have the same reaction for the canines that it does for humans. Or it doesn't surprise me, but I'm glad to hear you say that. What about, have you tried it on horses or cats or llamas or anything?
Yeah. Our big dog knocked one of our cat's teeth out. So yeah, we use the salve. We just rub it on her gums, and
in order to take care of it, we give her a few drops so we can control, because cats, they get away from you. So that's what we do. We do use, sorry, my thing keeps coming up. We definitely, but with the cats, again, it's you have to use the dropper, because if you give them too much, they'll get sick. And that's why I think a lot of people, it's because they get dizzy.
Right.
They walk funny.
Yeah.
And so it leads me to believe that they're dizzy. It causes nausea. So we definitely suggest, especially with cats, to mix it.
So listen, guys, go back to my dog story. My dog's spinning around. I think it has a stroke or something. They didn't know. But the dog was acting like it wasn't right. So if you got a dog having some sort of seizures or spasms, or do you think that the application of cannabis would help with that? It seems to help humans. What do you think about dogs?
Absolutely. Taking it on, giving it to the dog on a schedule, but also having a plan. If you notice all of a sudden that your dog starts being strange or doing weird things, just start giving them a drop every 4 hours. If they're bigger, then you might give them 2 drops. I suggest getting the medicine and starting them on it, getting them used to it just immediately. So when there is an issue, it's a tool that you have and you know it. Cannabis medicine is like a best friend that you kind of need to get to know it a little bit. And you really don't want to get to know it in the middle of a huge drama, right? So I think it should be a normal thing as you care for your pets to have a tincture of cannabis medicine and use it on a nightly basis in a small dose. Get your animal's endocannabinoid system functioning, recognizing cannabis, and then when necessary, you will feel comfortable then using it as medicine to stop seizures, to to stop anxiety, separation, spinning. I got a dog that was in the pound for a really long time, and he spun in circles. This is really bad for their hips. So cannabis medicine really helped him to calm down and not spin in circles. So the best advice is, as a pet owner, learn about cannabis, make it your best friend, and then when you have emergencies, you'll feel a lot more comfortable and you'll have a lot better results than if you just, oh my God, my dog is freaking out, I'm going to give it some weed. You got to get to know it and really get the endocannabinoid system functioning.
But we're talking, again, for the animals, we're talking fecal oil, because you can go in a pet store now, a vet office, and they're offering CBD products, just one compound. Yeah.
Not here. Yeah.
All right.
No, I
What do you
haven't
think
seen
about
that.
that? It seems like you'd be against that, or you got nothing against CBD, but it wouldn't work
Right.
anywhere near as well as.
Right.
Well, my best analogy is why would he do this? Why use just a pinky? If you're going to try and fight a war, you need the whole kit and caboodle. CBD is just a tiny little part of cannabis. It's something that was made legal first, and people are trying to make a buck. If you're trying to do the best, you want the full medicine, and that's the reality. And that's from people like, there's no number to call and order anything. It's just our name. Like, we're not a business. We're not trying to sell you anything. But CBD is just a marketing tool, kind of like the 60 grams in 90 days is a marketing tool to sell large quantities at once. It's not, I don't know that anyone's ever cured any cancer with 60 grams of fika.
I doubt that. But the other thing is, for people out there listening, I could be wrong. I have been many, many times. But I don't think there's a law in the United States about that prohibits you from giving cannabis in whole form to an animal. I am so glad that I know you. You are two people that are just up there on a podium for me now. I'm so glad that Dr. Uma and you are working together. That's going to be a combination. And thanks from me for all of your honesty over these last couple of hours. It's every minute of it's been enlightening. Thank you.
And I want to thank both my joint hosts for being on the program today. And I want to thank you for tuning in as our audience. Don't forget to go to timeforhemp.news. Check out our archives. Lots of free music that you can download as well. And as you share the information with the people around you, you're letting the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp, why not us? It's time to lift the hemp band. It's time to lift the hemp band. Yet we can. I know we can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. And we can work together and lift the hemp band. Look at all that money. yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, Catholic Church pays for abuse victims magic mushroom therapy.
I had to take a double take when I read that headline this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I went, what? Psilocybin-assisted therapy has proven to be a valuable tool in sexual abuse victims' quest for peace of mind. Although many report that taking magic mushrooms is beneficial for overcoming past demons, this particular case is exceptional.
Last year, a 63-year-old Pennsylvania man convinced the Roman Catholic Diocese of the Altoona Johnson to pay for him to undergo legal psychedelic assisted therapy in Oregon. Chuck Lovett was sexually abused by church priests when he was just 12 years old and had been struggling mentally because of it ever since. Now, he says, the weight he had been carrying for decades has been largely lifted.
It was beautiful, warm experience, he said in an interview with Portland-based media outlet Willamette Week on October the 22nd. It feels like the universe has had me in its hands. It wasn't easy for him to convince the church to pay for his unorthodox treatment, though. They were reluctant to do so initially, saying that he needed a referral from a licensed Pennsylvania therapist. Unlike Oregon, psilocybin is illegal in Pennsylvania, and obtaining such a recommendation wasn't possible.
Yeah, Lovett didn't give up, though. Good for you, Lovett. And continued pressing. He said he was going to receive psilocybin therapy anyways and go public with his story of abuse and funding refusal if the church didn't agree to foot the bill for his psychedelic ambitions. And he went public anyway. I love you, Lovett. Once he did that, the diocese agreed to give him the US $6,000 for the psilocybin therapy. within about half an hour, as highlighted by William at Week. In 2024, he spent the money on a 4-day trip to Oregon to receive the psychoactive fungi with facilitators in a therapeutic session.
Since ancient days in fields so wide, hemp grew strong, a gift with pride. Fed the hungry, clothed the poor, built the sails that reached new shores. Pages were pressed from its sturdy grain, light in the minds of kings and sages reign. Fuel for the fire, ropes for the sea, nature's gift to set us free. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign. Life, rich and pure, healing hearts with a cure so sure. Omega strong, a perfect feast, feeding the body, man and beast. Pressed into oils, spun into thread, from crown to soul, it kept us fed. Medicine, shelter, a peaceful way, a plant of light to end the grave. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign, oh yeah. Lifted souls through smoke and song, a gentle whisper, a love so strong. Open minds and soothed the pain, kept the spirit whole again. Though time may change, the truth remains. Nature's gift flows through our veins. From past to future, leaf in hand, a toke in time across the land.
cash, just sweating money thick. Out past town where roads fade away, I found a place where my plants could play under LEDs and mountain sun. I grew what healed, hurt no one. A Dr. High hoodie stained with soil and sweat. A life not allowed, but no regret. The world below could chase their fame. I just fed the roots without any shame. Under the lights, I made it grow, leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. And Dr. High knew how to clean the money I found. Word got out, the man got bold. Strangers came with fists of gold. I said no, but money talks, and soon my doors had heavier knocks. My name was whispered in smoked out bars. They drove from cities, lit cigars. I lost the hush, I lost the hill, but I kept on growing, I kept the will. You can't find peace when greed walks in. Beautiful green plants turn to spoils to sin. Under the lights, I made it grow, leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. And Dr. High knew how to clean the money I found. Woke to boots and blue flood beams. Saw my dream ripped apart at the seams. They took the plants, they took the distillate jars. They can't reach the cash hidden under the stars. I lit one right there on the hill as they rid me rights against my will. A few seeds fell from my sleeve. I grinned and turned to leave. Under the lights, I made it grow. Now it's gone, but I still know you can crush the plant, rip out the ground, but Dr. High can't be shut down. Yeah, I'll rise again where peace is found. In the fields where the green highways lie, hemp grows tall, a natural high. Cannabis for medicine, so pure and bright, filling hearts with joy day by day. From seeds to soil, a journey so grand. Nature's gifts, a world to expand. Food from the earth, health in our veins. Smoking makes us feel like we've gained. Green highways lead to freedom. Cannabis for medicine, no need to worry. Joyful smoke, a natural remedy. Liberation in every city. Through the clouds, we find our way. With every breath,
just pure delight in this world of endless light. In the heart of the green highway lane, we find peace, a brand new stance. Cannabis for health, a new dawn, making dreams come true. One puff at a time, from the fields where the hemp grows to the skies where we soar. With every high, we let go of worries, of sorrow. Green highways lead to freedom. Cannabis for medicine, no need to worry. Joyful smoke, a natural remedy. Liberation in every city.
Listen, there's a blessing. Alright, class, listen up today's lesson. The endocannabinoid system. CB1, CB2 getting live. The dopamine surging like a roller coaster ride. Hold my neurons dancing, feeling real nice. Bloodstream flooded with them terps and spice. The money lift me, my mood take flight. About the little Marcine chilling, got me feeling right. RT, he's the leader. He the fire. Got the CBD be chillin', trying to calm him like a choir. The CBG the healer, fixing what's broke. CBN be creeping, make you snore like a joke. This is the THC Symphony. Symphony, roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shift. Oh, THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Got your mind enhanced. Feeling chill? That's the line, a little touch. New and feeling bright? That's that citrus punch. Terpenes be working, flavors unlocked like a symphony, but inside my thoughts. Living the hype, me, beta cardio feeling, bite me, pine and keep my focus tight. Eucalyptal feeling right. Let all these compounds working as one. This ain't just a plan, it's a loaded gun. Oh, THC say yo, let's elevate. CBD like chill, meditate. CBG like bro, I heal the pain. No CBN say y'all, go ahead, I'll take the strain. This is the THC Symphony. It's the THC Symphony. Come roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shift. Well, THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Dr. High steps in, lab coat tight. Endocannabinoid system runs your life. Anandamide, that's your bliss. CB receptors can't be missed. Brain's got receptors ready to go. Cannabis plants, they fit like a coke. Synthetic pills got you feeling insane, but nature already programmed your brain. Roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shift. Call THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced.
My grandpa worked these fields in 42 when Uncle Sam needed rope to win the war. Hemp grew tall on this Kentucky ground, just like his daddy did the years before. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around grows around. Yes, it do. Plant the seeds of tomorrow. Plant them deep. Watch the old ways grow new. Watch them make. Then tobacco ruled these rolling hills. All said we had to change to stay alive. But the soil remembered what came before and kept those roots alive deep inside. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught still rings true. What goes around grows around. Yes, it do. Ancient wisdom in the ground. Family roots run deep and sound. Now I'm working, they still be playing around, growing hemp just like my grandpa knew. Boy, one smile as history turns, bringing back what always rang true. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around grows around. Yes, it do.
He sat in the corner, eyes half closed, wrapped in smoke like a worn out road. They say he's seen the past, the present, the end, through the bottom of a bong that ain't never been cleaned. I dropped a 20, said tell me my fate. He took one hit, then made me wait. Stared real deep like a wise old sage, then coughed up a lung and said, bro, you blazed. Wrong water vision, secrets untold. Sip it if you dare, but the taste too cold. One puff, two puff, spirits arise. The answer's in the bubbles if you open your mind. If you open your mind. But don't ask too much or it might be too late. He sees the future but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. He looked at the ripples, let out a sigh. Said, son, I see tacos falling from the sky. I said, that ain't prophecy, man, that's a dream. He just grinned and said, trust the green. He whispered, aliens, they've been here a while. Built the pyramids, then dipped with a smile. I said, that's insane, he just shook his head. It's all in the bong, man, reality's dead. Bong water visions, truth dripping slow. Sip it if you dare, but you may not know. One puff, two puff, the answers arrive. But the more you see, the less you survive. The less you survive. Don't ask too much or it might be too late. He sees the future future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. Time ain't real, maybe fate's a game. Maybe the future's just a smoky haze. Maybe I should ask one last thing. But damn, this water got a funky sting.
Are flickering, the night rolls in. Pass the bottle, let the tales begin. Old songs play on a beat up radio. Laughter rising with the embers glow. Memories light up like the stars so high. Stories drifting in the midnight sky. One more spark, let the circle stay tight. Ain't no worries in the firelight. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Feet in the dirt, got the sky up above, sharing the green, sharing the love. Ain't about money, ain't about fame, just a fire, some buds, and a world untamed. Tales of old days, lessons we've learned, passing the torch as the fire still burns. Wind in the trees, singing our song. We're here tonight, but the vibe lives on. We're sneaking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Ash in the tray, but the night's still young. Another round, let's keep it strong. No place to be, no time to keep. Just rolling slow where the memories meet. Soon the sun's gonna break the spell, but we'll be back, yeah, time will tell. Till then, my brothers, keep the fire alive, light it up, let the good times thrive. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free.
up, they took our names. For rolling dreams, they gave us chains. Families torn, lives erased. A war on truth, a war on race. The cells were filled, the streets ran cold. The laws were written in blood and gold. 1 billion lost, but no one paid, except the ones they locked away. Then the walls fell down, the smoke poured through. Suddenly they said it's safe for you. They taxed the pain, they sold the cure, but justice still feels so unsure. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. North of the border, the tide has turned. 5 years free and the people learned. Crime went down, streets stayed clean. Cannabis healed, it changed the scene. No smoke and fear, no wasted lives. No broken homes, no goodbye cries. The world took note, they saw it clear. The green rush rose, the truth is near. Oh, smoke rise high, echoes whisper through the sky. For every name, for every fight, one green leaf still shining bright. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High still lights the way. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie.
Old man Thompson worked his land all day, same as his daddy did, the old-fashioned way. Cotton corn was all he'd known, till the government man came down that road. Said, we need your help to win this war, hemp for oats and so much more. Thompson stood there, scratched his chin, said, well, if my country needs it, I'll begin. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Out all the ships. Every strand we grow helps our boys come home. Said, I'm fighting men free. Yeehaw! Down in the fields when summer came, Thompson learned a whole new farming game. Breaking ground and planting seed, learning skills his country'd need. Neighbors shared their knowledge round, how to work that crop into the ground. Every farm from here to town turned their fields all upside down. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Every strand we grow helps the boys come home. Set our fighting men free. Yeehaw! When evening falls, he stands alone, reading letters from his son back home, fighting somewhere across the foam, on ships held strong by Kentucky grown. Harvest time brought calloused hands, working with local farming bands, breaking stalks in all the sun. Everyone pitched into work was done. Thompson smiled with honest pride as wagons rolled out packed inside, fiber strong and straight and true, doing what Kentucky folks could do. Him for the Navy, him for the ships. On the Sabre Strand we grow, helps the boys come home, let our fighting men free. Yeah, huh?
In the left corner, the king of chill, Indica. And in the right, the high-flying hustler. Let's put out, let's go. Let's put out, let's go. I'm Indica, baby, I'll slow you down. Put your ass on the couch, melt tune the sound. I'm the king of chill, the master of ease. One hit of me and you'll be counting Z's. Heavy limbs, body locked. Yeah, I'm top notch. Stress relief, deep sleep. I'm the strain that makes your problems retreat. Can you keep up? Can you hold that flame? Sativa steps in, now let's play the game. Who's got the crown? Let's find out now. Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. Let the strain wars rage and let the people know that the battle continues. Who runs the game? I'm Sativa, son, I bring the light. Wake you up, make your brain take flight. Energize, I'm the go-getter's friend. Call me motivation, now get up again. Creativity, I got that, man. Write a song, paint a world, start a brand. I don't knock you out, I put you in gear. Hit me twice and you'll see it all clear. You talk too much, man, take a seat. That fast-paced life ain't for me. Round two, who you riding with? Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. Let the strain wars rage and let the people know. But the battle continues. Who runs the game? One for the couch. One for the sky. Who's the king? Let's hear you cry. Continues. Who runs the game? So who wins, folks? Let me hear you loud. Guess we'll have to hit another bowl and find out tomorrow.
Goody, it's time to smoke a J. Goody, it's time to end the workday. We're gonna go inside, spark a joint with friends and smoke and play. You gotta puff, and then you pass. It's just a habit, it is. You gotta puff, and then you pass. 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 You gotta puff, and then you pass it this way. Open up the stash box and grab us a real fat J. Open up the stash box and let's smoke the day away. Have a smoke out in the backyard after working hard all day. You gotta puff, huff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, huff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, huff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, huff, and then you pass it this way. A good joint is for sharing, and all my friends do agree. A good joint is for smoking fire, one up and you will quickly see. They all come running when they know the smoke is free. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke a J. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke all day. Jill got high and last we heard Jack floated away. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass it this way.
Desert where the moonlight glows, a secret place where the hashish flows. Hidden hands, sun-seeking eyes, a warrior's breath before he flies.
Under the stars where the sand runs deep, a fire burns while the sages speak. One last breath, one last taste, before the blade, before the chase. They move in shadows, silent and wise, eyes like falcons under blood-red skies. A vision granted, a mind set free. Through desert smoke, they come to see.
Whispered words in the palace halls, one deep hit and the empire falls. Dreams ignite, fear dissolves, smoke in the wind, the fate evolves. Through desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight.
Just blades, but minds so sharp. They spoke in riddles, they move through dark. A brotherhood bound by fire and leaf, a secret war, a hidden belief. The empires feared what they couldn't tame, so they cursed the herb and they banned the flame. But truth don't burn and fire don't die. The desert smoke still fills the sky. Ooh, smoke rise high, silent footsteps in the night. Through the dunes, through the fight, one green leaf, it fuels the light. Food, desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight.
Desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky,
Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. High watch with a knowing sight. The kingdoms change, the stories fade, but the fire lives, the truth remains. From Persia's sand to the modern age, Dr. High still turns the page. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight.
Hemp is a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind. No toxic waste no poison ground in hemp, but true solutions found. A crop so kind, or pure so wise, the gift of nature legalize. In every way on you we depend. Because of you, our lives extend. From textile soft to biofuels, you lead the way, you break the rules. With every fiber, you help us soar, creating futures we can't ignore. You're not just green, your goal, it's true. In a world of chaos, we lean on you. Almighty and so strong and true, with endless gifts in all you do. From sturdy rope to healing bone, you bring the world a gentle calm. Your stalks can build, your seeds can feed, a plant of peace, a vital seed. You cleanse the earth, you heal the air, a green embrace beyond compare. For clothes and paper, fuel and more, you've served mankind since days of yore. Yet lost once found your noble grace. Now freedom can't reclaim your place. So rise again, stand tall and free, a future bright for all to see. With hemp we thrive, with hemp we grow, a greener world begins to show. In every way on hemp we depend. When we use hemp, our lives extend. From textile soft to biofuels, hemp leads the way, hemp break the rules. Your healing touch soothes pain and strife, restoring hope, renewing life. From anxious minds to weary souls, you mend the cracks, you make us whole. The farmer's cheer, the maker's craft, a brighter path, a greener draft. With every seed that finds the land, we break the chains with open hands. Almighty hemp, your time is near. The winds of change are strong and clear. No more shall grieve, suppress your worth, for hemp shall heal and bless the earth. No toxic waste, no poison brown. In hemp, bad true solutions found. A crop so kind, so pure, so wise. A gift of nature legalized. Hemp is a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind.
On a happy Friday night, we light up the sky. Friends gather around, no need for disguise. Smoking under the stars, feeling so free. Laughter and joy in this backyard spree. Jazzy piano plays, setting the tone. Sultry vocals flow like a cool summer breeze. We share stories, we share laughs in this backyard paradise where worries just cease. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right. Grilling burgers, roasting sweet corn. The aroma fills the air like a warm, sweet storm. We
sip on drinks past the bowl, feeling alive in this backyard soul. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right. Let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right.
Let the fire glow, drum beat soft, moonlight high. Herb starts to burn, reaching for the sky. Hands held tight, words unspoken. Breathe in deep, let the past be broken. Feel the rhythm, feel the flame. Let Jah spirit call your name. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep.
Smoke, smoke rises in sacred circles. Nestle are lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
They say the leaves been blessed by the olden ones, passed through hands of kings and shaman sons. Used for healing, used for light, to see through the dark and make wrongs right. From Africa's fields to the Himalayas tall, the herb been growing before men could crawl. Passed from the ancients, given in trust. Now it's in your hands, breathe deep, adjust. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep.
Smoke rises in sacred circles. Lesson you lost, but the flame still burns. Glad of past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Into the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
Smoke reveals what hides in sight. Not just a plant, not just a flame, but the key to remembering what we became.
Rises in sacred circles. Discipline lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
Friends are coming over tonight. Got the music playing right. Something special in the air, making sure that we prepare. The night is young, we're feeling right. Turn the music up so bright. Moving Let the rhythm be our guide. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until pass it left and watch it flow. Everybody's in the flow. Getting loose and feeling high. Heat is rising to the sky. The bass is deep, we're in the zone. No one here is all alone. Moving closer, feeling free. Just the way it's meant to be. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until feel that rhythm in your soul. Let it take complete control. Higher and higher we go. This feeling we all know. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until
One hand on the grinder, one hand on the past. Breaking down the years, man, it's gone too fast. Sticky on my fingers, resin in my soul. Ain't in no hurry, let the good times roll. Tear the paper, fold it tight. Twist up the past, make the wrong things right. Match hit the tip, slow inhale. Took a deep pull, let the memories sail. Rolling paper and red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Don't happen here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. 2 a.m. ain't got nowhere to be. Just me and the road, just me and this weed. Radio humming static in the night. Trying to find a song that's gonna set me right. Long drive, no destination. Smoking on wisdom, chasing revelation. They say don't look back, but I take one glance. Roll another one, leave it all to chance. Rolling paper in the red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every track takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. about getting lost in the blue. What if every breath was a second chance? What if the past only lives in a glance? What if the road don't ever run straight? What if we just here learning to wait? Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. You gon' drive in here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.